Something is shaping your life right now. And it's not what you think. Not your job. Not your circumstances. Not even your past. It's a hidden code. A structure of reality that you were born into but never taught to question. It's not science fiction. It's not mysticism. It's not wishful thinking. It's an operating system that's been running underneath your awareness since your very first thought. And here's the part most people never realize. That code is changeable. Most people live their entire lives reacting to a reality they believe is happening to them. But what if your thoughts weren't just internal experiences? What if they were instructions, commands, interfacing with a field of infinite possibility that responds to everything you believe, feel, and expect? Quantum mechanics has already shown us that the observer, the conscious witness, affects what is being observed. But this isn't just about physics. This is about your life. You've felt it. You've sensed there's more going on behind the scenes. Repeating emotional loops, familiar patterns in relationships, desires that hover just out of reach. You've tried the affirmations. You've written the goals. You've even had moments of aha clarity, but then the old program kicks in and the loop begins again. This video is your signal interruption. You're about to discover a system, not a theory, not a motivation pump-up, but a step-by-step understanding of how your mind, your subconscious, and the quantum field are actually working together or against each other to shape your experience of reality. We'll uncover why you've been stuck in the same patterns, how timelines work, why your subconscious is more powerful than your willpower, and exactly how to take conscious control of the frequency you're broadcasting. This is not about putting on a smile and pretending to be positive. This is about rewiring the deepest architecture of your identity, your thoughts, your emotions, and your outcomes, using tools rooted in quantum mechanics, neuroscience, and consciousness studies. By the time we're done, you'll no longer just understand how reality works. You'll know how to shape it. Let's get one thing straight. You're not broken, but you are running code, unconscious mental programs that have been shaping your reality since before you could speak. They came from childhood, culture, repetition, trauma, environment, and you didn't choose most of them. They were installed, like a script. This isn't metaphorical. It's literal. Studies in neuroscience and psychology show that over 90% of your thoughts today are the same as yesterday. That's not just a habit, that's automation. That's the script. So here's the real question: if you didn't write the original script, why are you still performing it? Let's zoom out. Every moment of your life is experienced through a lens. This lens is made of 3 core layers: perception, belief, and identity. Together, they determine how you interpret reality, how you react to it, and what you expect from it. And here's where it gets powerful: those expectations aren't passive. They shape what the quantum field delivers. But first, we need to understand this matrix you're living in. It's not a computer simulation. It's a field of pre-existing programs, energetic instructions, created by your accumulated memories, unresolved emotions, belief systems, and unconscious agreements about who you are and what life is. This is why the same problems repeat. Not because you deserve them, but because you're projecting them. When you expect betrayal, you unconsciously select timelines and behaviors that reinforce betrayal. When you believe love is rare, you broadcast scarcity, and your energy filters out what doesn't match that broadcast. Your brain literally deletes information that contradicts your belief structure. It's not malfunctioning, it's optimizing. You're not living in the world. You're living in your world, filtered through an energetic program shaped by invisible scripts. Now let's talk about the deeper layer. There is a quantum field, a sea of probabilities that responds to coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and identity are aligned, you become a transmitter. That signal interacts with the field, collapsing infinite possibilities into one observed reality. But here's the problem most people face. Their thoughts say one thing, their emotions say another, and their identity, shaped by the old script, sabotages both. So even if you're consciously saying, "I want abundance," your core frequency, running on an old emotional program, is still broadcasting lack. The field doesn't listen to your words. It listens to your coherence. Let's go deeper. The brain is designed to automate. Once you experience something repeatedly, it forms a neural loop. This loop becomes your default behavior. Now, imagine years of looping beliefs, reinforced by emotion, encoded in subconscious memory. That's your script. And it doesn't care about your conscious goals. It cares about survival, familiarity, and energetic consistency. So how do you break it? First, awareness. You must become the observer of your thoughts, not just the thinker of them. Until you separate yourself from the loop, you can't change the loop. Second, pattern interruption. This involves disrupting the predictable emotional and behavioral pathways that support the script. It's not about thinking differently. It's about feeling differently long enough to introduce new code. Third, identity upgrade. You need to stop identifying with the character the script has cast you as. You're not the victim. You're not the struggler. You're not the abandoned one. You are the coder, the writer, the architect. This is where quantum awareness meets practical application. You are not at the mercy of your past. You are not stuck in the version of yourself that was shaped by unconscious pain. You are programmable. And the moment you understand that, you become powerful in a way that doesn't require effort. Only awareness, alignment, and frequency. The invisible matrix isn't evil. It's not out to get you. It's just running until you rewrite it. And now you're going to learn how. Next, we'll explore the real reason why reality only becomes real when you witness it. And how your awareness has been shaping your life far more than your actions ever have. Something strange happens when you look at reality closely enough. Not emotionally, not philosophically, but physically, scientifically. At the quantum level, particles don't behave like solid objects. They exist as probabilities, unformed potential states until something happens, until someone looks. In quantum physics, this is known as the observer effect. It describes a phenomenon where particles exist in a state of uncertainty until they are measured. Once observed, they collapse into a fixed outcome. One version becomes real. All other potentials disappear. Now here's the part no one teaches you in school. You are always observing. You are the measurement. You are the consciousness that causes potential to become matter, thought to become form, possibility to become experience. This is not a poetic metaphor. It's the foundation of how you interact with the field of infinite potential that surrounds you. Your beliefs, expectations, emotions, and attention don't just reflect your experience. They select it. Your brain and nervous system are acting as a tuning mechanism, filtering out infinite possibilities to show you one specific version of reality. And that version isn't chosen by accident. It's chosen by coherence. Coherence is the alignment between your thoughts, emotions, identity, and focus. Most people live in incoherence. They say they want change but carry the emotional frequency of fear. They picture success but identify as someone who is always struggling. They visualize abundance while feeling undeserving. The universe doesn't respond to words. It responds to frequency. So the life you're seeing right now, that's not just the sum of your actions. It's the result of what you've been consistently observing with belief, emotion, and repetition. Let's go deeper. The observer effect isn't just some esoteric quantum mystery. It's the doorway to personal sovereignty. Your attention is the most powerful creative tool you have. Wherever it goes, energy flows. Whatever it consistently rests on, it reinforces. When you focus on lack, your energy field contracts. You begin filtering information to support scarcity. When you expect rejection, your nervous system becomes hypersensitive to cues of abandonment. And over time, those observations create a predictable feedback loop. The loop looks like this. You observe reality through a filter of expectation. Your body produces an emotional response to match. That emotion creates a frequency in your energetic field. That frequency interacts with the quantum field. The field responds by collapsing into a version of reality that matches what you're broadcasting. That reality reinforces the original belief. And the cycle continues. This is why healing doesn't begin with behavior. It begins with awareness. You can't change what you do until you change what you consistently observe, and how you feel while observing it. Most people never question their observer state. They mistake perception for truth. They think what they see is reality, when in fact what they see is the result of their inner world projecting itself outward. This is why two people can walk through the same event and experience completely different outcomes. One sees danger, the other sees opportunity. One sees betrayal, the other sees redirection. One collapses into fear, the other expands into growth. They're not living in the same world. They're creating their own. And so are you. Here's how to begin using this truth intentionally. Start by noticing where your attention goes automatically. Pay close attention to where your focus rests when you're not trying to control it. Is it looking for threats? Comparing yourself to others? Replaying past pain? Then track the emotion attached to that focus. Is it shame? Fear? Guilt? Doubt? That emotion is creating a signature in your nervous system, and it's reinforcing a version of reality that will show up again. Interrupt it, not by pushing it away, but by becoming aware of the loop in real time. You don't need to fight old thoughts. You need to stop investing energy into observing them as true. Every time you pause and observe your observer, you disrupt the automatic collapse of old realities. You create space, and in that space, new probabilities begin to surface. This is not a passive idea. It's actionable, practical, and immediate. Your life is not responding to your wishes. It's responding to your witness. Every day, you are choosing what becomes real by where you place your focus, how you feel about what you're seeing, and who you believe you are in the context of that moment. So the question becomes, are you observing reality like someone who is powerful? Or like someone who is powerless? Are you watching for evidence of limitations? Or looking through the eyes of expansion? Are you collapsing into the same version of yourself that has always survived? Or are you holding the frequency of someone who is ready to create? Everything around you is still potential. It is unformed. It's waiting for you to look. And when you do, something collapses. Something becomes solid, real, tangible. And it becomes that based on what you're broadcasting internally. This means you're not just experiencing your world, you're generating it. You're not just reacting to outcomes, you're initiating them. You're not a passive witness. You are the observer who decides what becomes real. The moment you recognize this, the moment you truly embody this, is the moment the loop ends and the power begins. Your next reality is waiting for your conscious observation. Watch carefully, because your life is listening. Take a look around. Your relationships, your finances, your emotional triggers, the way people speak to you, the opportunities that repeat, the disappointments that cycle back. They all have something in common. They're mirrors, not random events, not cosmic accidents, not bad luck. Each one is a precise, responsive reflection of your current internal state, your thoughts, your feelings, your self-perception, and the story you carry about who you are. This is what's known as the mirror effect. And until you recognize it, you'll be stuck trying to fix the reflections instead of adjusting the source. Here's how it works. You emit a frequency. That frequency isn't just energetic, it's instructional. It sends a message to the field, to the nervous systems of others, to the dynamics you unconsciously allow or resist. And the world reflects back the message you're transmitting. If you believe deep down that you're not worthy of being heard, you'll keep finding people who talk over you. If you carry unresolved betrayal from the past, you'll keep attracting situations that test your ability to trust. If you secretly fear success, your results will mirror that fear with constant delays, failures, or missed chances. Not because you're cursed, because the external is sourcing itself from the internal. Your life is not showing you what's real. It's showing you what's active. The mirror effect is not about punishment. It's about precision. It allows your subconscious patterns to be made visible. Without this mechanism, you'd never know what beliefs are secretly operating in the background. Reality becomes your feedback system. But here's the trap. Most people react to the mirror instead of reading it. They argue with what they see, resist it, deny it, fight it, all of which increases its power. Because what you resist, you reinforce. Let's get practical. Say you're constantly overlooked at work. You may try to work harder, speak louder, push more. But if your internal blueprint still says, "I'm not good enough," that frequency overrides every action. The mirror doesn't reflect your effort. It reflects your essence. Now let's flip it. If you begin to embody the belief, "My voice carries weight," your posture changes, your tone shifts, your energy becomes coherent, and the mirror responds. Suddenly, people listen. They notice. Not because they changed, but because you did. This is why trying to manipulate external circumstances without inner alignment almost always fails. You don't need to control the reflection. You need to calibrate the signal. The universe is emotionally intelligent. It listens to what you feel is true, not what you want to be true. That's why visualizations with no emotional foundation don't work. That's why affirmations that contradict your inner belief often backfire. The mirror only reflects what's congruent. Here's something else the mirror effect reveals. Your relationships are reflecting you, not in surface behaviors, but in energetic roles. If you constantly find yourself playing the rescuer, the fixer, the one who gives too much, it's not just about them. It's about a part of you that feels the need to prove your value through service or sacrifice. If you keep attracting unavailable people, there's likely a part of you that fears true intimacy. These patterns aren't punishments. They're mirrors. And when you learn to read them, you gain an extraordinary power. The ability to change reality at the source. But let's go deeper. Mirrors don't just show you what you believe. They show you what you've buried. Your shadow, the part of you that holds shame, guilt, fear, or anger, will also be reflected. Not to harm you, but to integrate you. The parts of you you've rejected will keep showing up in others until you stop projecting and start owning. If you judge others for being selfish, that may reflect your own suppressed need to set boundaries. If you despise arrogance, maybe there's a part of you that's afraid to claim your own confidence. The mirror effect exposes the disowned fragments of your identity so you can bring them back into wholeness. Now, here's the breakthrough. When you stop resisting the mirror and start using it consciously, your life changes fast. Start asking, every time something triggers you, what belief is this reflecting? What part of me is being shown here? What pattern is being mirrored back for healing? Don't bypass. Don't blame. Don't escape. Look, feel, acknowledge. This doesn't mean accepting abuse or tolerating dysfunction. It means becoming radically honest about what your external world is showing you about your inner world. Because the truth is, your reality isn't happening to you. It's happening through you. And the mirror is your clearest teacher. Here's where things get powerful. When you change your internal narrative, the mirror must update. Not might, not maybe, must, cannot reflect what no longer exists. If you no longer carry the frequency of, "I'm not lovable," that mirror shatters. Those dynamics end. New experiences appear, not by force but by frequency. The mirror adjusts because the source signal has changed. This is why true transformation doesn't require fighting your circumstances. It requires shifting your self-concept. Who do you believe you are? What do you expect from life? What role are you still unconsciously performing? Once those change, everything else follows. One final truth. The mirror is neutral. It doesn't hate you. It doesn't love you. It simply reflects you. That means every frustration and every success is showing you what you've been transmitting. There is no judgment in the reflection, only data. And now that you can read it, you can reprogram it. Next, we'll explore a stunning truth most people never confront. The you that's living your dream life already exists. Not as fantasy, but as a real, observable quantum state. The question is, are you ready to step into it? You think you're a single identity moving through time. But that's the illusion. You're not one self. You're a signal, a field, a series of encoded states flickering across probabilities like a projector casting film through light. You've never been limited to this version of you. The one sitting there right now. The one trying to improve. The one hoping things will finally click. That version isn't you, it's just the current broadcast. And quantum mechanics makes this incredibly clear. Multiple outcomes, multiple trajectories, multiple realities exist simultaneously, which means, so do multiple yous. Let's make this real. Right now, there is a version of you that already feels whole. There's one that never hesitates to speak. One that creates massive success without self-sabotage. One that's in a completely different relationship with time, money, love, freedom, and personal power. You don't need to build that self from scratch. You need to tune into it. The problem isn't that it doesn't exist. The problem is that your current state isn't a match to it. This is where classical thinking breaks down. Most of us were taught that life is linear, that you start with nothing and add one improvement at a time until you reach some final version of success. But that's not how quantum systems work. Quantum theory tells us that particles exist in multiple states at once, until something collapses the field into a single observed outcome. You are no different. All potential versions of you exist within the field of infinite probability. And the version that becomes your experienced reality is the one you align with through thought, emotion, identity, and decision. It's not created, it's selected. So how do you select a different self? It starts with this: you must stop identifying as a person trying to become. Because becoming implies distance, and distance implies delay. Instead, you must shift to the consciousness that says, this is already available. When you stop seeing the higher version of yourself as a future goal, and start treating it as a present frequency, everything changes. You stop waiting. You stop hesitating. You stop negotiating with your limitations. And you start tuning into the version of yourself that already lives at the destination. Here's the paradox. To become the quantum version of you, you must stop behaving like the current version. That means interrupting thoughts before they spiral. That means making decisions based on where you're going, not where you've been. That means feeling now the emotion you expect to feel then. Most people are trapped in a conditional state of being. I'll feel powerful when I succeed. I'll feel worthy when I'm loved. I'll feel safe when the money shows up. But in quantum terms, reality responds after you feel those things, not before. So unless you shift the frequency now, the reflection will remain the same. Let's break this down practically. There are 4 layers to accessing the quantum you. Awareness: you must recognize your current identity construct. What do you believe about yourself? What limitations feel true? What emotional patterns keep recurring? Disruption: you must interrupt the energetic momentum of your current self. This means refusing to act from fear, choosing stillness over reaction, and denying old scripts their usual path. Alignment: begin generating the thoughts, feelings, and decisions that belong to your desired identity. Not from force, but from presence. How would I act if I already were that version? Stabilization: reality will test you. Old timelines will pull. But you must persist in holding the new frequency, even when there's no immediate proof. That's coherence. That's embodiment. The field responds to consistency, not desperation, not trying, not waiting. It responds to what you are. And every time you feel, think, and decide from the version of you that's already whole, the field collapses into alignment with that signal. This is not magic. It's mechanics. And it's happening all the time. But here's the part that breaks open everything. You don't have to heal everything to access the quantum you. You don't have to fix all your trauma first. You don't have to wait until you're 100% confident. You don't have to erase every old belief. You just have to stop letting your past identity anchor the present one. The higher version of you already knows how to move, speak, love, create, and live in the frequency of expansion. You're not trying to figure it out. You're remembering it. Every time you say, I already am, you override the code of I'll become someday. And in that moment, your entire energy field reorganizes. The people change. The opportunities show up. The timing aligns. Not because the external got better, but because you stopped resisting the internal upgrade. So let's ask the only question that matters now. Which version of you are you activating today? The self that loops back into fear and delay? Or the one who already knows they're living the outcome? and makes decisions accordingly. You are not building the future. You are choosing it. The quantum you is already alive, already complete, already clear, and the only thing separating you from that reality is the identity you keep rehearsing. Next, we'll go to the root of your power, the energetic field that connects your thoughts, emotions, and outcomes. Because while you've been taught to use effort, reality has been responding to something else entirely. It's been listening to your signal. There is no silence in your energy. Even when you're quiet, you're still speaking. Even when you're stuck, you're still sending out instructions. Even when you feel lost, confused, or unworthy. The field is listening, and it never stops listening. Your life is responding right now, not to what you say out loud, not to what you hope for, but to what you energetically believe is true. Your thoughts aren't floating inside your head. They're electrical signals. They carry frequency. When combined with emotion, they form an energetic broadcast, and that broadcast becomes your command. Everything in the quantum field exists as probability, not form, not certainty, potential. And what turns potential into experience is coherence. Coherence is the alignment between your thoughts, your emotions, your identity, and your attention. It's not enough to think positively if your body still feels lack. It's not enough to visualize wealth if your nervous system is running scarcity. It's not enough to speak affirmations if your subconscious doesn't believe them. The field doesn't follow your words. It follows your frequency. And your frequency is determined by what you consistently feel, think, expect, and embody. Let's break this down. The human body generates an electromagnetic field. The heart's field is over 50 times more powerful than the brain's electric signal, and over 5,000 times stronger magnetically. That field is not just a passive aura. It's a transmitter. Communicates with the environment around you. This means your emotions are not private. They're instructive. When you feel fear, you're not just processing emotion. You're broadcasting restriction. You're narrowing the probability field to reflect your contraction. When you feel gratitude, safety, or expansion, the opposite happens. Your field opens. Possibilities increase. The external begins to shift in response. You are literally instructing the field with your state of being. Thoughts are electric. Emotions are magnetic. Together, they form the blueprint of your experienced reality. So when you chronically think about worst-case scenarios, feel anxiety, and identify as someone who struggles, that becomes the script the field obeys. Even if you want abundance, even if you hope for change, even if you're trying really hard, the field does not interpret effort as truth. It reads alignment, and it responds with precision. Now, most people unknowingly train the field to return their old reality. Here's how it happens. You think a familiar thought, nothing ever works for me. That thought activates an emotional loop. Maybe frustration, resentment, or shame. The emotion strengthens the neural pattern. The body gets involved. Cortisol releases. Your nervous system prepares for disappointment. This whole sequence becomes a broadcast. That broadcast goes into the field, and the field collapses into a version of reality that matches the instructions. You're not being punished. You're being mirrored. This is why repetition without emotional change doesn't work. You can say, I am abundant 1,000 times, but if you feel lack, the field reads the truth behind the words. It's not judging you. It's calibrating to you. But here's the shift. You can train the field to respond to new instructions. And it begins with changing the signal before the proof arrives. You have to become the frequency of what you want before it shows up. This is where most people resist. They say, how can I feel wealthy if I'm broke? How can I feel loved if I'm alone? But that's exactly the skill. That's the test. The version of you who already has the result feels a certain way, thinks a certain way, chooses a certain way. The field waits for you to send the first signal. Once you do and hold it, the field reorganizes. Not randomly, not in some vague future, but in real time. The quantum field is adaptive. It doesn't lock you into a single fate, but it cannot override your consistent broadcast. You have to lead. So how do you change your broadcast? Start by becoming radically aware of the emotional state you live in daily. That's your signal. Then ask, what would I need to feel right now to match the outcome I want? Maybe it's safety. Maybe it's freedom. Maybe it's worthiness. Maybe it's presence. Now here's the key. You have to generate that feeling without needing external evidence. Because if you need reality to change first, you're still broadcasting lack. But if you become the source of the signal, everything around you bends. This isn't about feeling good all the time. It's about holding the emotional signature of the outcome, especially when your senses tempt you to collapse back into the old frequency. That's coherence. That's how the command is issued. And the more often you do this, the stronger the new signal becomes. Neural pathways start to rewire. Your nervous system starts to relax. Your habits start to shift. You become less reactive, more deliberate, and reality begins showing up differently. Not because you forced it, but because you finally spoke the right language. Energy. The field is not conceptual. It's mechanical. It reflects your signal the way a mirror reflects light. It doesn't argue. It doesn't delay. It doesn't judge. It matches. And the better you become at generating emotional energetic coherence, the faster the matching occurs. So now the question is, what are you commanding with your signal right now? What version of reality are you training the field to collapse into? If your reality has been repeating something painful, it's not because you're weak. It's because your signal hasn't changed. And now you know how to shift it. No more waiting. No more hoping the outside fixes the inside. The field is listening, and it's time to say something new. Next, we'll explore the hidden patterns in your brain that have been recycling your past and how to interrupt them with quantum precision. Because rewiring isn't about effort. It's about signal replacement. And the next phase is about exactly how to make that happen. There is nothing wrong with your brain. It's not broken. It's not slow. It's not incapable. It's running exactly the way it was programmed to run. And that programming isn't based on logic. It's based on repetition, emotion, and survival. So if you've ever wondered why you keep repeating the same patterns, why you keep falling into familiar traps, why you can't seem to change even when you know better, it's not weakness. It's wiring. And wiring can be changed. Your brain is a pattern recognition machine. It takes in information. It forms associations. It links stimulus to response. And once a pattern gets reinforced enough times, especially when wrapped in emotion, it becomes a shortcut. A neural loop. That loop starts firing automatically. You don't think it. You become it. And the more it fires, the more it wires. Which is why it often feels like your mind is working against you. It's not. It's just repeating what it was told was important, whether or not it's true anymore. Let's get specific. Every experience you've ever had, especially in your formative years, shaped your brain's blueprint for what's safe, what's dangerous, what's possible, and who you are. Not consciously, biologically. If love was inconsistent, you may have wired love with anxiety. If success was punished or criticized, you may have wired achievement with rejection. If you learned to survive by people-pleasing, you may have wired approval with safety. These associations don't show up as thoughts. They show up as reactions. You pull back. You shut down. You self-sabotage. You procrastinate. You say yes when you mean no. Not because you're lazy. Not because you're undisciplined. Because your brain is protecting its programming. This is where quantum rewiring begins. You don't need to fix yourself. You need to interrupt the loop and install a new one. That means disrupting the old neurological pattern while feeding the brain a new emotional experience. Why emotion? Because emotion tells the brain, this matters. Without it, there's no priority, no urgency, no rewiring. This is why dry repetition doesn't create change. And this is why meaningful emotional states, gratitude, safety, joy, courage, are so powerful when paired with conscious intention. They tell the brain, pay attention. This is the new program. Rewiring starts with awareness. You have to catch the loop in real time, not after it's over, not once the damage is done, right in the moment it begins. Let's say your usual pattern is to freeze when confronted. The moment that sensation arises, tight chest, shallow breath, looping thoughts, that's your signal. Now, instead of obeying the pattern, you do three things. Pause. Breathe deeply to disrupt the nervous system's automatic response. Introduce a new thought and a new feeling, something you associate with strength, calm, or clarity. This isn't just mindset, it's mechanics. You're changing your chemistry. You're feeding the brain a new outcome. And the more often you do it, the more the old pathway weakens. That's not opinion. That's neuroplasticity. But here's where quantum principles upgrade the entire process. You're not just changing how you think. You're changing who you're being. You're stepping out of the old identity that the wiring was built around, and stepping into a new self that's broadcasting a completely different frequency. This matters because your identity determines your brain's predictions. If you see yourself as the person who always gets overwhelmed, your brain will seek out overwhelm as a default setting. But if you begin identifying as someone who is calm, grounded, and in command of their state, your brain starts predicting experiences that match that identity. And over time, those predictions become your new reality. Here's the sequence that rewires the quantum brain. Awareness, recognize the moment the loop starts. Interruption, use breath, stillness, or a physical shift to break the pattern. Replacement, introduce a new emotional frequency. Reinforcement, repeat this shift consistently, especially when it feels inconvenient. Identity alignment, act, think, and decide from the new self even before results show up. That last step is the hardest, because your old brain will scream, "This isn't real yet." But the truth is, what's real is what you make coherent. The more you behave from the new identity, the faster the old wiring dissolves. Now let's address resistance. Your old neural patterns have kept you alive. That's why change can feel dangerous, even when it's healthy. Expect discomfort, expect doubt, expect internal arguments. But none of that means stop. It means you're shifting out of neurological autopilot and entering a state of conscious creation. And your brain will adapt if you stay consistent. Repetition, emotion, and identity alignment are the code. Here's the shift that seals the process. You must stop trying to heal your brain and start instructing it. The more you talk about how broken you feel, the more your brain takes that as a cue to maintain the loop. But the more you instruct your brain with clarity, I choose presence, I choose ease, I choose freedom, and feel that choice, the more the brain rewires to match it. You're not here to endlessly reprocess trauma. You're here to install a new program that replaces it. That program exists, and it begins with the decision to stop obeying thoughts that are no longer aligned with the life you're choosing to create. Next, you'll discover how your quantum mind is already operating in a non-linear, multidimensional way, and how you can finally take control of it instead of being a passive passenger. Because your brain is ready to follow new commands. You just have to stop using the old ones. You're already wired for the quantum world. Not someday. Not once you're spiritually ready. Right now. Your mind doesn't operate like a linear machine. It doesn't simply take in data, calculate, and output answers. It functions more like a receiver, a projector, and a reality filtering system all at once. And that system doesn't work in straight lines. It works across fields, frequencies, and probabilities. You're already thinking quantum. The problem is, you're using those abilities to reinforce your limits instead of collapse them. Let's break it down. Your conscious mind can only hold a handful of thoughts at a time. But your subconscious processes over 11 million bits of information per second. It's not moving in sequence. It's pattern matching across time, memory, emotion, and expectation. It's already wired to predict based on probability. That's a quantum function. You're constantly scanning potential outcomes. You're constantly pulling data from past timelines. You're emotionally reacting to events that haven't even happened. You're using imagination to select futures and rehearsing them as if they're memory. That's timeline selection. That's quantum access. But if you're not aware of this process, it runs wild. And instead of choosing the future you want, you recycle the one you don't. Every time you obsess over something that went wrong, you collapse your current state into the emotional memory of failure. Every time you imagine being rejected before you even try, you collapse potential into limitation. Every time you mentally rehearse worst-case scenarios, you emotionally pre-program your body for fear. Your quantum mind is doing its job, the scanning, matching, simulating, but because the calibration point is still based on old pain, trauma, or fear, the simulations reinforce the old timeline. You're using a quantum system to predict, project, and perpetuate your current state, and you wonder why things don't change. The shift begins with conscious intervention. Your imagination isn't just for fantasy. It's the key to timeline reconfiguration. When you visualize something with intention, your brain begins to rewire as if it's actually happening. Neurons fire, chemicals release, emotional states get activated. But here's the catch. It only works if you feel it. Most people think about a better life while feeling like it's out of reach. They visualize success while emotionally vibrating at lack. That incoherence neutralizes the signal. The quantum field responds to embodied states, not hollow affirmations, not forced thinking. So to shift timelines, you must train your quantum mind to hold a coherent state of thought, emotion, and expectation simultaneously. This is how new realities begin to lock in. Your brain's default mode network, what activates when you're not focused on a task, is incredibly important here. That system doesn't turn off. It runs simulations constantly, but without conscious redirection, it tends to simulate past-based predictions. It thinks it's protecting you. It doesn't realize it's keeping you stuck. By introducing new mental and emotional signals during relaxed or meditative states, you override the default. You start planting new memories of the future. Memories that haven't happened yet, but which begin to feel just as real to your nervous system. This is where quantum memory is formed. And once your nervous system accepts it as real, your behaviors follow. Here's where you need to be deliberate. Start noticing how often your mind simulates problems. How often do you pre-play arguments? Expect delays? Rehearse failure? Feel anxious about something that isn't happening? That's your quantum mind at work. But it's running old code. Now take that same power and redirect it. Visualize success and feel the safety of it. Picture abundance and feel the gratitude now. Rehearse confidence and embody the posture that comes with it. Your nervous system begins to accept that signal. And once the signal is stabilized, the quantum field mirrors it. You're not building a new future. You're selecting one. The quantum state of your mind gives you access to every possible version of reality that could unfold from this moment. But the one you experience is the one you signal as true. You do that through what you focus on, what you expect, what you emotionally align with, what identity you operate from. So if you keep focusing on the worst case, identifying as a struggler and emotionally matching old pain, your quantum system has no choice but to collapse that timeline. Not because you're flawed, because you're coherent with the wrong frequency. To correct it, you don't need to be perfect. You need to be consistent. Feed your quantum mind new data, new emotional signatures, new internal imagery. Not once, repeatedly. And not just when you feel good, but especially when you don't. That's how you disrupt the timeline loop. That's how you shift the dominant probability. That's how you override the old scripts that have been running your life on autopilot. You've already been using quantum principles every day. Now you get to use them intentionally. Start thinking of your mind not as a tool to solve problems, but as an antenna tuning into parallel outcomes. If the station you're on keeps playing fear, anxiety, and lack, stop trying to fix the broadcast. Change the station. That shift doesn't start with reality. It starts with you. Next, you'll discover why your deepest emotional loops and repeating life patterns aren't random. They're signal loops. And the reason they won't stop? You're still feeding the frequency. That ends now. You've probably noticed it. The same types of problems showing up again and again. Different faces, different places, but the same emotional themes. Rejection, disappointment, conflict, self-sabotage. No matter how much you try to move forward, you find yourself back in the same emotional neighborhood. This isn't coincidence. You're not cursed. You're not doomed. You're in a loop. Loops are not psychological glitches. They're the natural result of energetic repetition. Your thoughts, emotions, and identity create a signature. That signature becomes a broadcast. The field receives it and responds with a matching experience. That experience reinforces your original thoughts and emotions, and the cycle continues. That's the loop trap. You think you're reacting to life, but you're really rehearsing it. Same thoughts, same feelings, same outcomes, over and over. Let's break down the anatomy of a loop. It starts with an unconscious belief. Something like, people always leave. I'm not safe. I never get what I want. That belief creates emotional tone. Fear, insecurity, resentment, doubt. Those emotions shape your behavior. You withdraw, overthink, overgive, play small, push away help. Your behavior influences your environment. People respond. Circumstances shift. Energy returns. You get the very result that reinforces the belief. And your brain wires it in even deeper. That's the loop in action. Most people try to change the loop by changing the outer circumstances. New job, new relationship, new city, but the energy goes with them, because the source of the loop isn't out there. It's not the people. It's not the circumstances. It's the frequency you haven't changed. Until the broadcast shifts, the reflection stays the same. Here's where this gets powerful. Loops aren't punishments. They're precise, intelligent systems designed to get your attention. They're not meant to trap you. They're meant to wake you. Every time the same pattern returns, it's not life working against you. It's life giving you another chance to respond differently. That's the hidden purpose of the loop. It holds the doorway to your next timeline, but only if you stop reacting the same way. So how do you break the loop? You disrupt the pattern at its source. That means, catch the emotional signal that launches the loop. Pause before your typical reaction plays out. Choose a new emotional response, not later but right there. Act from the version of you who no longer needs that loop to feel safe or seen. This is quantum decision-making, not reacting based on the past, responding from the identity of who you're becoming. Let's go deeper. The loop isn't just about behavior, it's about state. Every loop has a frequency range, a predictable emotional vibration. Fear loops, shame loops, scarcity loops. Your nervous system becomes addicted to that range. Not because it's good, because it's familiar. The body begins to expect it, and even when things start to improve, you'll subconsciously pull yourself back into that range. That's why people sabotage when they feel too happy. That's why success triggers anxiety. That's why intimacy can feel dangerous. The nervous system says, this isn't our loop. Get back to what we know. The key is to expand your emotional range. You have to show your system it's safe to feel new emotions, to hold peace, to allow joy, to receive love, not just for moments but long enough to form a new loop. That means breathing into the unfamiliar. That means staying open when you want to shut down. That means witnessing your discomfort without collapsing into it. Over time, your system adjusts. New pathways form. New reactions take root. And the loop loses its grip. Here's what no one tells you. Breaking a loop doesn't mean the old thought disappears overnight. It means the thought loses its charge. It might still arise, but it doesn't hook you. It doesn't dictate your decisions. It doesn't control your energy. That's freedom. Not the absence of triggers, but the mastery of your response. Let's clarify one more thing. You can't talk your way out of a loop. You have to shift state. That means accessing a different frequency in the body. It's somatic. It's vibrational. It's energetic. Breath work, movement, visualization, anchoring into a new emotion. These aren't wellness trends. They're tools to break the signal chain. When you interrupt the body's expectation of an old emotion, you create a window of possibility. And in that window, you choose a new self. One more thing. The loop often gets louder just before it ends. Don't mistake intensity for failure. It's your system asking, are we really done with this? And your job is to answer through choice. Not words, not logic, frequency. When you hold a new signal consistently, the loop can't sustain itself. The pattern collapses, and a new timeline becomes available. Next, you'll find out why your signal may still be getting hijacked, how invisible frequencies are influencing your thoughts, behaviors, and decisions. Because it's not just your brain creating reality. It's the signal you've been unknowingly plugged into. Something is influencing you right now. It's not a person. It's not a thought. It's not a conscious choice. It's a frequency. And the most dangerous part? You don't even know you're tuned into it. You wake up feeling anxious. You procrastinate on what matters. You self-sabotage when you're close to a breakthrough. You get pulled back into moods, doubts, and patterns that make no rational sense. This is not just mindset. It's signal interference. Your body is an antenna. Your mind is a transmitter. And your nervous system is constantly syncing to the dominant signal in your environment. This signal isn't always generated by you. It's influenced by family patterns, cultural energy, emotional residue, unresolved trauma, and even collective consciousness. Most people aren't thinking their own thoughts. They're picking up a frequency that's been running in the background for years, and then they wonder why change feels impossible. This is the invisible frequency hijack. It shows up as mood swings that have no clear trigger. It shows up as thoughts that contradict your goals. It shows up as hesitation right before action. It shows up as deep resistance when things finally start improving. You can't fix it with willpower, because it's not about trying harder. It's about clearing the signal. Let's talk mechanics. Every thought you have produces a measurable electromagnetic signal. Every emotion you feel carries a vibration. These combine to create your baseline frequency. But that baseline can be overridden. If you were raised around fear, criticism, or chaos, your system likely adapted to that frequency. It became your emotional default. Even if your goals have changed, your nervous system still remembers that signal as normal, so it keeps syncing to it. This is how patterns survive, even after you've outgrown them intellectually. You may have upgraded your beliefs, but if your baseline frequency is still wired to survival mode, you'll keep attracting reality that matches it. This is why some people do the inner work but still get stuck. They've changed their thoughts, but they haven't shifted the frequency those thoughts are riding on. And until that signal changes, the field will keep reflecting the same outcomes. Let's go deeper. Frequency hijacks often show up through identity. You don't just have thoughts. You identify with them, and that identity broadcasts a very specific frequency. Examples: I'm always the one who gets overlooked. I'm just wired this way. I'm too much for people. I can never trust anyone. These statements don't just shape your self-image. They lock in an energetic loop. That loop reinforces itself through emotion, action, and reaction. And soon, you're not just experiencing the hijack. You become it. Now here's where quantum awareness comes in. Once you become aware of the frequency, you can reclaim the signal. This doesn't mean pretending to feel good. It means actively choosing a new frequency before your environment gives you a reason to. You stop waiting for the world to change your state. You start letting your state change your world. That's energetic sovereignty. And it begins with this question: what frequency am I tuned into right now? Not what you want, not what you believe, what you're actually broadcasting through your emotional tone, posture, breath, and inner dialogue. That's the real signal. Here's how to override a hijacked frequency. Interrupt, catch yourself in the loop. Breathe, pause, feel the body. Name the frequency. Is it fear, doubt, anger, hopelessness? Just name it. Disconnect the identity. This isn't you. It's a program, an old signal, a residue. Choose a new emotion. What frequency feels aligned with your vision? Peace, power, clarity. Anchor that emotion. Use breath, movement, tone of voice, or visualization to feel it now. Repeat until stabilized. The field listens to consistency, not intensity. Keep reinforcing the signal. Now let's address external interference. You are constantly syncing to your environment, people's emotions, social media, world events. It all influences your field. This doesn't mean you isolate yourself. It means you become intentional about what you allow into your space. Clean input equals clean output. You wouldn't expect a radio to play clearly with static blaring through the channel. The same applies here. Protect your energy like it's sacred tech. Because it is. The truth is, your thoughts aren't always the source of the problem. It's the signal beneath them. Change the signal and the thoughts lose power. Change the signal and the old emotions stop sticking. Change the signal and the field starts sending different reflections. That's not theory. It's frequency mechanics. And it works every single time it's applied consistently. You are a broadcaster. The universe is not random. It's responsive. It's tuned to match the signal you embody most often. Not what you say, not what you want, what you vibrate. And now that you can feel the hijack, you can stop feeding it. Next, we'll explore the one thought pattern that acts like a quantum lever, capable of shifting your entire life trajectory when used correctly. It's not about thinking more. It's about thinking with precision. Not all thoughts are equal. Most come and go without impact. Flickers of noise, reactive habits, emotional echoes. They loop, they recycle, and they pass. But there is one kind of thought that doesn't just pass through your mind. It rewires it. A thought that doesn't simply describe your reality, but selects a new one. A thought that collapses timelines. And once activated, it changes everything. Here it is. Who would I be right now if I believed this was already true? This is not a motivational question. It's not a mindset trick. It's a quantum command. Because the moment you ask it and feel into it, you begin shifting your frequency to match an outcome you haven't yet experienced. That one question bypasses your analytical mind and speaks directly to your energetic identity. It pulls your nervous system out of the past and places your consciousness inside the result. From there, you're no longer waiting for change. You're being the change. And that's when reality starts catching up. Let's be clear. This isn't wishful thinking. It's a neurological reorientation. Your brain is always simulating your identity. Right now, it's generating thoughts, behaviors, and emotional responses based on who it thinks you are. And the moment you introduce a question that challenges that identity at the root, you break the simulation. That's what this thought does. Creates a rupture in the loop. And in that space, you become free to choose again. Not as theory, but as signal. Let's walk it through. Say you want to feel powerful in a situation that normally triggers insecurity. You don't wait for confidence to magically show up. You ask, who would I be right now if I already knew I belonged here? That question bypasses the story. Your mind starts scanning for behavior, emotion, and posture that align with belonging. You stand different. You speak different. You feel different. And the field around you begins to adjust. Not because something changed externally, but because your frequency stopped matching the past. This thought forces identity coherence. Most people are scattered. They think one thing. They feel another. They act in conflict with both. The field gets mixed signals. Reality responds with delay, confusion, or repetition. But when you ask a quantum identity question like this, your system synchronizes. Thought, emotion, action. They align. And that alignment is what collapses new outcomes. Let's be honest. Most people ask the wrong questions. They ask, what's wrong with me? Why does this keep happening? Will this ever change? And the brain, being a problem-solving machine, gives answers that reinforce the identity of someone who's broken, stuck, or lost. But when you ask, who would I be if this was already true? You're not solving a problem. You're stepping into a version of yourself who's not bound by it. And from that state, you emit a completely different frequency. This thought is powerful because it creates a future memory. It tricks the brain in the best way into firing neurons based on the desired state. It shifts your posture, tone, micro-decisions, breathing, emotional chemistry, all in real time. You stop waiting to become. You start choosing to be. That's how the identity gets locked in. And the quantum field, always listening, begins to reflect that new signal. But don't just think it. Feel it. Feeling is the delivery system. The emotion tied to the thought is what sends the message to the nervous system, and through that, into the field. If the thought is powerful but the emotion is absent, there's no coherence. So when you ask, who would I be if this already worked out? Don't answer with words. Answer with energy. Stand in it. Move from it. Speak from it. Feel from it. And then stay there even when reality hasn't caught up yet. That's the real test. Because here's what most people do. They think the powerful thought. They feel the aligned energy. And then they look around, waiting for instant proof. When it doesn't show up fast enough, they collapse back into the old frequency. This deactivates the signal. The thought has power, but only when paired with emotional stability. That means holding the frequency without needing immediate evidence. Trusting the internal shift long enough for the external to respond. This is where change solidifies. Now here's where the breakthrough happens. Once you use this thought consistently, it starts working automatically. You don't have to force it. You become it. Your default question becomes, how does the version of me who already lives that life respond to this moment? That single question becomes a filter for all behavior, all choices, all thoughts. And when that filter stays active long enough, it installs a new baseline identity. One that's not fighting for results, just stabilizing the signal that draws them in. This is how new timelines lock in. It's not through hustle. It's not through mental gymnastics. It's not through constant analyzing. It's through consistent embodiment of the one thought that changes everything. Who would I be if this was already true? When asked with presence. When paired with feeling. When followed by action. That thought becomes your quantum anchor. And the field adjusts. Every time. Next. You'll learn what quantum physics says about timelines, why there are infinite versions of you already in existence, and how to consciously collapse the wave and live as the one who's already free. You've thought the thought. Now it's time to meet the version of you it pointed to. You're not waiting for the best version of yourself to arrive. They already exist. Right now, there is a version of you who is not stuck in the loop, not battling the doubt, not reacting from fear. That version isn't an ideal. It's a quantum reality, a real, available outcome held in potential. And you're not disconnected from it. You're surrounded by versions of you, each one aligned with a different decision, different emotion, different frequency. This isn't a theory, it's physics. At the subatomic level, particles exist in multiple states simultaneously. This is called superposition. They're not here or there, they're both. Not this or that, but all possibilities at once. They only collapse into a single outcome when observed. In other words, reality doesn't become solid until a conscious witness selects it. Now apply that to your identity. You are not fixed. You are a probability field. Your mind, emotions, and attention don't reflect who you are. They choose which version of you shows up. Every belief you hold collapses a different version of yourself into visibility. Every choice you make selects a different timeline. Every emotion you sustain tunes you to a different version of your life. Here's the part most people miss. They wait for life to prove they've changed. But in the quantum model, it's the collapse that comes first. Your reality doesn't show you what's true. It shows you what you decided to believe was real. If you keep expecting struggle, the field collapses to match that signal. If you act from the identity of someone waiting to be chosen, you collapse timelines where you're always seeking. If you hesitate because of past pain, you collapse futures that match your fear. The wave of possibility collapses into form based on the version of you you're being right now. But there's good news. That means you can choose. Not by effort, by alignment. This is where true liberation begins. You no longer need to change your entire life before you feel free. You just need to tune your energy to the version of you who already is. And let that signal collapse the rest. Let's make it real. Right now, ask yourself, What does the version of me who's already free do differently in this exact moment? Maybe they don't reach for their phone. Maybe they speak up instead of shrink. Maybe they breathe slower. Maybe they stop rehearsing outcomes. That choice becomes a bridge. You're no longer acting as the old self. You're broadcasting the signal of a new timeline. And when sustained, the field obeys. Collapse doesn't come from wanting. It comes from coherence. You can want something deeply and never experience it if your energy contradicts it. But if you think, feel, and act from the version of you who already has it, the wave can't help but collapse into that form. This is not about pretending. It's about stabilizing the signal of freedom before the world confirms it. You're not waiting for the evidence. You are the evidence. And reality adjusts. Let's be clear. You don't need to visualize endlessly. You need to embody briefly but fully. Even a few minutes of complete alignment with your desired self can collapse timelines more powerfully than hours of mental effort filled with emotional resistance. The field is not responding to how long you try. It's responding to how purely you hold the frequency. And when that frequency stabilizes, the old versions of you lose coherence. They fade. They collapse. They're no longer being energized. But expect resistance. Your old identity will tempt you to step back. You'll hear thoughts like, "This is fake. You're not ready. Who are you trying to be?" Ignore the commentary. Those thoughts belong to the version of you who needed the loop. You're not that version anymore. Every moment you choose differently, you prove that. This is the secret. The version of you who is already free doesn't need to fix everything. They don't wait for all the conditions to be perfect. They move, they act, they speak, not from pressure, but from alignment. Freedom is not something you earn. It's something you collapse by being it now. So here's what to do next time the old timeline tries to pull you back. Pause, feel, name the identity you're slipping into, and then ask, what would the version of me who's already free do right now? Then do that, even if it's subtle, even if it's uncomfortable, even if nothing outside has changed yet. That's the exact moment when everything does begin to change. You've spent enough time collapsing timelines that match your past. Now you collapse the one that matches your choice. The version of you who already feels whole, already feels free, already lives the life you thought you had to fight for. And once you start acting from that version consistently, the field stops reflecting who you were. It starts showing you who you've decided to be. Next, you'll unlock the true control panel behind your patterns, your subconscious mind. Not as a mysterious force, but as a programmable interface between your identity and the quantum field. And you'll learn exactly how to rewire it from command mode, not coping mode. Your conscious mind is not in charge. It makes plans, sets goals, it analyzes, thinks it's running the show. But it isn't. The part of you that determines what becomes real, what you attract, how you react, what you expect, is buried deeper. It's your subconscious. And if you don't consciously reprogram it, it will run the same code indefinitely. No matter how hard you try to change. This is not because you're lazy, or blocked, or unlucky. It's because you haven't accessed the command center yet. Think of your subconscious as a highly intelligent operating system. It doesn't judge. It doesn't evaluate. It executes. It takes the beliefs you've repeated the most, especially the ones with strong emotion attached, and installs them as commands. Then it follows them, not because they're true, because they're familiar. And this system doesn't just influence your thoughts, programs your perception of reality. If your subconscious holds the command, "I'm not safe unless I control everything," it will generate constant anxiety and resistance, even when things are good. If it holds the command, "Love means sacrifice," it will filter out any relationship that doesn't require self-abandonment. If it holds, "Success brings rejection," you'll block opportunities before they ever reach you. The commands become invisible scripts, and your life becomes the performance. So how do these commands get installed? 3 ways. Repetition, thoughts repeated over time, especially in early childhood. Emotional intensity. Any experience with strong emotional charge gets locked in fast. Authority, ideas received from parents, culture, media, or religion, especially when we're young or vulnerable. Most of your core programming was locked in before age 7. Not by logic, by absorption, and it's been shaping your experience of time, money, love, identity, and power ever since. But here's the shift. Your subconscious isn't fixed. It's programmable, and it responds to two specific languages: emotion and repetition. This means you don't need to dig up every buried belief. You don't need to relive every trauma. You need to start feeding your system a new command. And back it with feeling. That's how updates are installed. Let's be precise. Reprogramming the subconscious requires 3 elements. Access: you must lower the brainwave barrier. When you're in relaxed or meditative states, theta, the subconscious becomes more impressionable. Input: you insert a new belief not just as words but as emotional truth. Visualization is key here, not to see the outcome but to feel it. Repetition: you loop the new input consistently until it becomes more familiar than the old pattern. When these 3 align, the command center updates, and reality shifts. Let's walk through it. Say your current subconscious program is, "I'm not enough." You've been running it for years. It shows up in people-pleasing, overworking, settling, second-guessing. You decide to install a new command: "I am complete. I am the source of value." Start by entering a relaxed state. Slow breathing, closed eyes, no distractions. Now picture yourself already living as someone who deeply knows this truth. Don't just see it, feel it. What does your body do? How do you walk? What do you allow in relationships? What do you stop chasing? What do you say no to? Let that version of you become emotionally real. Sustain it, then speak the command again, but from the feeling of it being true. I am complete. I am the source of value. Your subconscious hears that. And if repeated daily with emotional alignment, it starts replacing the old pattern. Not all at once, but faster than you think. Because the subconscious always prioritizes the most familiar emotional signal. Your job is to make the new signal feel more normal than the old one. This is why most people fail to reprogram. They affirm a new belief with their mouth. While their nervous system still runs fear, they visualize abundance. While feeling unsafe in their body, they say, "I trust life," but rehearse backup plans obsessively. The subconscious isn't listening to words. It's listening to frequency, and frequency only changes when thought and emotion match. Now let's talk about sabotage. The moment your subconscious starts updating, the old command fights back. Why? Because it believes it's protecting you. It thinks not enough keeps you humble. It thinks stay small keeps you safe. It thinks don't trust keeps you prepared. Your job isn't to argue with these patterns. It's to gently override them with a stronger signal. Think of it like GPS. You don't yell at the old coordinates. You enter new ones and drive. Every time you act from the new command, even if it's uncomfortable, you reinforce the new program. Every time you emotionally invest in the new identity, you speed up the update. And one day the old thought comes, and it doesn't land. That's how you know the rewrite is working. This isn't magic. It's quantum neurology. Your brain, body, and field are all listening to the command center. And once that center changes, everything else follows. Behavior, reactions, expectations, energy. Even the people you attract shift because they're now responding to the new frequency. But consistency is everything. If you input the new command once, nothing sticks. If you install it only when you feel good, it won't stabilize. The subconscious needs saturation, daily input, repeated emotional alignment, clear intention. That's what makes the command override the old system. And that's when the field stops mirroring your past and starts reflecting your new signal. Next, you'll unlock the instant switch mechanism behind all lasting change, the timeline jump. Because now that your command center is online, it's time to move to the reality where it's already working. And you're already living it. You don't need more time. You need a shift, not a gradual one, not a drawn-out process, not another loop disguised as healing. A clean, immediate, real-time shift. And the truth is, it's possible. Not just in theory, but in lived experience. This isn't about faking confidence or pretending to feel okay. It's about becoming energetically incompatible with the version of you that's stuck. That's what the instant shift method does. It puts you in direct alignment with the timeline that already exists, where the version of you who has clarity, certainty, freedom, and peace is already in motion. And you don't wait to become them. You step into them now. Let's clear the first misconception. You are not moving through time in a straight line. You are shifting between timelines every moment based on your state. Your state is made up of your current identity, emotion, thought pattern, and behavioral signal. Each time you change those together, even slightly, you enter a new sequence of probability. New people, new options, new ideas, new outcomes. You've felt this. A small decision, a word you say differently, a moment you don't react. Suddenly, everything downstream changes. That's not chance. That's a jump. The instant shift happens when four things align at once. Awareness, you recognize the loop you're in. You name the identity you're currently embodying. Interrupt, you stop the automated response pattern. Breath, movement, silence, anything that breaks the autopilot. Recode, you ask, what timeline am I choosing now? And emotionally connect to that version of you. Embodiment, you take one immediate action that matches the new self, no matter how small. Those 4 steps are not just mental. They're energetic. They reroute your attention, shift your nervous system, and tell the field, this is the signal now. And the field responds. Let's get practical. Say you're in the middle of a spiral. Anxiety, overthinking, tension rising. Old timeline. I'm overwhelmed. I'm behind. I'm stuck. Pause. You recognize it. Step 1, awareness. Step 2, interrupt. You stop. Inhale deeply. Hold. Exhale. You speak aloud. This is an old signal. I'm not choosing this version of me anymore. Step 3, recode. Now ask, what timeline am I choosing instead? Feel into it. Calm, steady, focused. Step 4, embody. What's one action that version of you would take right now? Maybe they close the tab. Maybe they stand up and stretch. Maybe they message someone instead of isolating. You act. Immediately, that action locks in the shift. It's no longer an idea. It's a signal. And the timeline changes. Most people never access this because they're waiting for proof. They want to feel better before doing something different. They wait for certainty before taking the leap. But shifting doesn't wait. It happens when you move differently while the old emotion is still present. That's the pivot point. That's the override. That's where transformation begins. Not after the emotion passes, but while it still has momentum, because that's when the choice matters most. Let's break it down further. Every timeline operates like a track. Thoughts, emotions, actions, they reinforce the track you're currently on. If you wait too long, the track solidifies. But when you interrupt early, the whole path changes. You don't just feel better. You become different, and reality shifts with you. This is why small, conscious choices matter. You don't need to overhaul your life in one moment. You need to choose one new micro-movement that belongs to the future self you're calling in. That single choice contains a frequency. The frequency contains identity. And identity tells the field what to mirror. It's not about drama. It's about precision. One move in the right frequency is more powerful than 100 moves made in fear. Now let's address doubt. You will feel resistance. The old timeline will whisper, this isn't real. You'll slip back. You're faking it. That voice isn't truth. It's momentum, a thought pattern trying to survive. You don't need to argue with it. You need to out-signal it. And the fastest way to do that is action. Don't sit in mental negotiation. Anchor into your body. Choose. Move. You will feel the shift as it happens. A lightness, a deeper breath, clarity, a sense of rightness that isn't logical but undeniable. That's your confirmation. One final piece. The shift becomes permanent when you repeat it. Not because you need to prove it, but because repetition creates familiarity. And once the new timeline feels more familiar than the old one, it becomes your default. So make the new version of you so normal that the old one feels foreign. That's how you stabilize a jump. You've already jumped between timelines thousands of times, but now you're doing it on purpose. No more waiting, no more hoping, no more collapsing back into the identity you've outgrown. Your next reality is already in motion. You don't need to chase it. You just need to meet it. Now, next, you'll confront the unconscious script that's been running beneath all your progress, your inherited identity, and learn how to rewrite it completely. Because even a powerful shift can collapse if the core identity hasn't been recoded. That's where we go next. You've been living a role, not by choice, by conditioning. An invisible identity script has been running in the background, guiding your thoughts, your choices, your emotions, and even what you believe is possible for you. This script didn't come from your truth. It came from your programming. And until you see it for what it is, you'll keep mistaking it for who you are. But it's not who you are. It's who you learn to be to survive, to belong, or to avoid rejection. And here's the shock. This script has nothing to do with your potential. It's a mask coded in childhood, reinforced by trauma, rewarded by culture, repeated by habit. And it's time to delete it. Let's start with this. You are not your name. You are not your job. You are not your trauma, your history, or your habits. You are not your anxiety, your confidence, or your current level of success. You are the consciousness that has adopted these traits. And like any operating system, they can be replaced. But you must first become aware of the identity script running your reality. So what is an identity script? It's a cluster of beliefs and emotional patterns you've internalized that tells you who you are, what you deserve, how life works, and what you should expect. It includes roles. I'm the fixer. I'm the failure. I'm the strong one. Labels. I'm bad with money. I'm not attractive. I'm too much. Rules. If I rest, I'm lazy. If I say no, I'll be abandoned. Fears. If I succeed, people will hate me. If I speak up, I'll be rejected. Each of these fragments forms the identity script. It doesn't just live in your mind. It lives in your nervous system. It dictates your posture, your voice, your choices, your limits. And even when you want to grow, the script keeps you bound to what feels familiar. Here's the kicker. Most of this script was not written by you. It was absorbed from parents and caregivers, school systems, religion, media, cultural expectations, survival mechanisms during painful experiences. You didn't choose it. You inherited it, but you're still acting it out. Until now. Here's the truth. Your identity is not fixed. It's coded, and codes can be rewritten, but not with affirmations alone. You must first interrupt the script. And to do that, you have to locate it. Here's how. Catch the loop. Start listening to your inner dialogue during moments of stress or emotion. What do you say to yourself? Trace the origin. Ask, where did I learn this? Follow it back to its first imprint, often childhood or early trauma. Question its authority. Ask, is this mine? Or was it given to me? Reclaim your authorship. Declare, that may have been true for them, but I'm choosing differently now. That last step begins the script rewrite. Let's break this with an example. Say your core loop is, I always have to do everything alone. That script might have formed when you were young and emotionally neglected. No one showed up for you. So you decided, if I want something done, I have to handle it myself. That belief became familiar. You repeated it. It became your identity. Now, as an adult, you unconsciously reject help. You feel guilt when supported. You overfunction in relationships. You stay in burnout. Because asking for help triggers your old wound. This is the identity script in action. Until you catch it and rewrite it, you'll stay in the timeline where being alone feels safer than being seen. But here's how you shift. Once you see the pattern, you disrupt it with a new command. Instead of, I must do everything alone, the new code becomes, I am supported. Receiving is safe. But this isn't just a mantra. You feel the new version of you who trusts support. Then you act like them. Maybe you delegate. Maybe you reach out. Maybe you pause instead of fixing everything. That new action becomes the proof your subconscious needs. And with repetition, the old script collapses. Because the nervous system learns through experience, not logic. Every identity script is reversible, but only when you stop defending it. Many people hold tightly to their pain identity because it gives them a sense of safety or certainty. I'm broken. I'm cursed. I've always been this way. These phrases feel like truth, but they're just repetition. You must stop rehearsing the story that's not yours anymore. You don't heal by affirming the new. You heal by refusing to continue living as the old. This work is uncomfortable at first. Why? Because dropping the script means letting go of everything that gave you false control. It means walking into the unknown, without the safety of your survival role. But on the other side is something more powerful: authenticity, alignment, freedom from performing. When you stop playing the identity that was programmed for you, you meet the version of yourself that was waiting underneath it, the one who never needed fixing, just remembering. From now on, when a thought arises that feels limiting, trace it back. Ask, who taught me this? Is it even true? What's the version of me who doesn't believe this doing right now? Then act like them, consistently, until it stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like home. You are not here to fulfill someone else's prophecy. You are here to write a new one. The script is yours now, and every word you speak is a command. Speak the ones that match your future. Next, you'll learn how to stay aligned with that new script in real time and how to stabilize the shift through frequency coherence and intentional action. Because once the identity is chosen, the timeline is waiting. It's time to stay in it. Change isn't your problem. Staying changed is. You've felt moments of clarity before, a sense of expansion, peace, certainty. It felt like a breakthrough. But it didn't last. Why? Because you didn't anchor the shift. You accessed a higher state but didn't switch into it fully. The superconscious switch is how you lock it in. This isn't mindset work. This is identity reinstallation through energetic coherence and cognitive precision. And it starts with understanding this: you have more than one mind. Most people live from the subconscious, the realm of habit, memory, survival patterns. Some operate more consciously, able to choose thoughts, question beliefs, stay aware in triggers. But very few live from the superconscious, a higher intelligence within that already holds the codes for your next evolution. It doesn't guess. It knows. It doesn't react. It responds. It doesn't operate from fear. Commands from wholeness. And here's the truth. You've already touched it. In glimpses. In moments when the noise fell away. When you felt calm without a reason. When clarity arrived before logic caught up. That was the superconscious. And now you'll learn how to stay there. Let's define it. The superconscious is not mystical. It's your highest internal operating system. Think of it as the master intelligence that sees the full field. Past, present, future, and all timelines in between. It's the version of you outside the loop. When you switch into it, you exit your programmed identity and enter the frequency of choice, vision, and effortless flow. That's not poetic. That's physics. You begin transmitting from a coherent signal. The field around you matches it. And your experience updates in real time. Not because you're forcing change, but because you're finally resonating with it. So how do you activate the switch? It begins with one core principle. Stop thinking from the problem. Start commanding from the resolution. The subconscious loops around the question. Why is this happening? What's wrong with me? How do I fix it? The superconscious issues a command. This is what I am now. This is the frequency I hold. This is the reality I authorize. This is not denial. It's energetic authorship. The problem-focused mind spirals. The superconscious speaks reality into structure. Here's a way to practice. Identify the distortion. Notice the repeated thought or feeling pulling you into old loops. Name it. Feel the friction. Don't escape the emotion. Acknowledge it fully, but don't make it your truth. Pause. Close your eyes. Say out loud, "That was an old signal. I've switched." Ask the superconscious, "What is true for me now? What version of me is already whole in this moment? What does their voice sound like?" Listen. You'll feel a shift in tone. It won't be reactive. It'll feel simple, clear, undeniable. Act accordingly. Take one aligned move. Speak one aligned statement. Think one aligned thought. Then repeat it until it's automatic. That repetition creates neural reinforcement. The nervous system catches up, and the shift stabilizes. You don't become the superconscious version of you through more healing. You become them by making them familiar, and you can't do that from the outside in. You must act from them before you feel like them. That's the switch. Not pretending, not bypassing, just choosing to stop worshiping the old signal and install the one that matches who you actually are now. Let's take this further. The superconscious doesn't need proof. It doesn't need to rehearse safety. It operates from alreadiness. That means you stop seeking confirmation from circumstances. You stop waiting for signs, waiting for people to agree, waiting for emotion to catch up. Instead, you walk in the energy of completion, as if it's done, because in the field it is. Your brain will resist this at first. It will scream, "But how do you know?" You don't argue. You don't defend. You simply say, "I don't operate from doubt anymore." That's how you switch. And every time you reinforce that, your brain stops trying to take the wheel. Now, how do you stay there? Because it's one thing to touch the superconscious state. It's another to live from it. Stability comes through repetition of truth over comfort. You will be tempted to return to the old self. Not because it's better, but because it's familiar. The spiral may still whisper. Triggers may still poke. But you don't get pulled back in. You remember, this identity is a choice, not a condition. And you reinforce it, over and over, until you forget the old frequency even existed. Think of it like tuning a radio. You're switching to a new signal. First, there's static, doubt, noise, old thought habits. But you keep turning the dial, and suddenly it clicks. The new station is clear. No interference, no resistance, just alignment. That's what staying in the superconscious feels like. Effortless clarity, inner stability, reality responding to you, not the other way around. The final key, the superconscious doesn't try to control outcomes. Codes for resonance. It knows, when I stay in alignment with my highest truth, everything that matches me must arrive. It doesn't force, transmits, it receives. That's how you move into flow, not by trying harder, by broadcasting cleaner. This isn't just a better version of you. It's the true one, the one who was always underneath the noise. The one who doesn't chase peace because it is peace. The one who doesn't crave freedom because it lives free. And now, that's who you become. Not once, not someday, now. Next, we strip away the myths of manifestation that keep you stuck and reveal the missing quantum piece that explains why your desires haven't shown up yet. It's not you. It's the way you've been taught to create. That's what you're about to unlearn. You've been doing everything they said. You've visualized. You've scripted. You've recited affirmations until your voice went numb. You stayed positive. You worked on your mindset. You said, "I am abundant," when your bank account said otherwise. And still, nothing changed. Here's the truth most won't tell you. You weren't doing it wrong. You were just missing the quantum piece. Manifestation isn't about wanting hard enough. It's not about forcing the universe with emotion. And it's definitely not about pretending everything is fine while you're secretly unraveling inside. It's about frequency. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you signal. And most people are signaling from lack while trying to think abundance. That mismatch creates interference. It scrambles the field. You can't hold a vibration of unworthiness and simultaneously broadcast a clean message of success. So the field doesn't respond. Not because it's broken, because it's waiting for coherence. Let's define coherence. It means everything lines up. Your thoughts support the desire. Your emotions match the outcome. Your nervous system isn't locked in threat. Your identity accepts the new version of you. When coherence is present, the field mirrors you instantly. Not over months, not through struggle, but now. Why? Because reality is just responding to the strongest signal you're offering. So what is the missing piece? Is this: most people are creating from memory, not from possibility. You're looping old neural and emotional patterns, then layering manifestation techniques on top of them. That's like trying to plant new seeds in concrete. You're saying affirmations while your body is stuck in past trauma. You're visualizing new outcomes while your subconscious is broadcasting, "This is unsafe." The universe isn't confused. It's reading your baseline, and that's what needs to shift. So how do you change the signal? Step 1. Stop trying to create from the mind alone. Thoughts are important, but they're only one layer. Your frequency is built from your entire system. Body, breath, memory, emotions, identity. You must create from the whole signal. That means breathing into safety, regulating your nervous system, releasing outdated identities, speaking and thinking from wholeness. When you do this, manifestation stops being mystical. It becomes mechanical. Step 2. Collapse the split between wanting and having. Every time you say, "I want," you tell the universe, "I do not have." The field doesn't respond to hope. It responds to alignment. Instead of begging reality to change, become the version of you who already has it. That version thinks differently, feels differently, walks differently, chooses differently. Access that version now, not when conditions change. When you switch into that identity before the results show up, reality follows. Step 3. Stop outsourcing your power to outcomes. The biggest trap in manifestation is attachment. You say, "I'll feel secure when I have money," but that belief blocks money because the signal of insecurity is what's broadcasting. You must feel the frequency now, not as fantasy, as fact. You're not waiting for the result to give you permission to be secure. You're authorizing yourself to feel it now. That's coherence. That's the signal the universe responds to. Step 4. Let go of forcing. Trying harder often means resisting more. The superconscious doesn't force. It aligns. The more you push, the more the field mirrors struggle. The more you rest in alignment, the faster reality reorganizes. So stop proving. Stop chasing. Stop efforting. Start broadcasting. Start stabilizing. Start becoming. Step 5. Use emotion as your amplifier. Emotion isn't noise. It's the voltage behind the signal. But here's the key. It must be authentic. You can't fake gratitude. You can't manufacture peace. You can't force joy. But you can find it in small ways consistently. When you train your system to feel safety, appreciation, and expansion as your default, you amplify your signal. And the universe responds in kind. The reason manifestation hasn't worked isn't because you didn't believe enough. It's because you were running old code while trying to broadcast a new future. That code is not your fault, but it is your responsibility to rewrite it. And now you can, because you know the real mechanism. Not desire. Alignment, not effort. Coherence, not control. Frequency. Next. You'll learn why the harder you try to shape your life, the more resistance you create, and the exact method the quantum field actually responds to. Trying harder has never been your problem. Trying harder is the problem. Most people believe if they just push more, think better thoughts, recite longer affirmations, visualize more vividly, they'll finally make reality budge. But reality doesn't respond to pressure. It responds to resonance. And here's the uncomfortable truth. The more you try to force an outcome, the more you affirm you don't have it. That's the signal the field receives. That's what gets mirrored back. Force is friction. It's what happens when your conscious mind and subconscious mind are broadcasting different frequencies. The conscious mind says, "I deserve abundance." The subconscious says, "It's not safe." The body says, "I'm still in survival mode." The nervous system says, prepare for failure. You're not broken. You're misaligned. Effort is the ego's compensation for lack of alignment. And the more effort you apply, the more distorted the signal becomes. So what actually works? Presence, simplicity, stability in the signal. The universe doesn't need drama. It needs clarity. Let's make it plain. If you're trying to bend reality through willpower, you're still living as the old self. Because the version of you that's already aligned with the result doesn't struggle for it. They don't negotiate their worth. They don't beg the field to cooperate. They broadcast a clean identity and the field arranges around it. Here's the paradox. Manifestation feels hard when you're operating from the version of you who doesn't yet have what they want. But when you shift into the version of you who does, the path becomes obvious. The actions become aligned. And the timeline collapses. That shift doesn't require belief. It requires embodiment. Let's redefine manifestation. It's not calling something into your life. It's aligning with the frequency where it already exists and removing the distortions that prevent you from accessing it. You don't need to chase. You need to clear. The quantum field isn't holding your desires hostage. It's matching your current energetic broadcast. Clean up the broadcast, and the shift becomes natural. The method that works isn't about more output. It's about less resistance. Here's how you start. Step 1. Stop pretending your identity hasn't already shifted. Every time you say, I'm trying to become, you're signaling that you aren't yet it. But the quantum field doesn't respond to effort. It responds to clarity of identity. The shift happens when you stop trying to become and start being. This is not a mental game. It's a full-body transmission. Speak differently. Breathe differently. Walk differently. Not to fake it, but because the new version of you already lives that way. Step 2. Remove urgency from your energy. Urgency is the biggest block to timeline shift. It says, I need this now or else. I'm behind. I must manifest this fast. That energy repels coherence. It sends a scrambled signal. The field responds with delay, friction, or chaos. Why? Because your signal says, not yet, not enough. So here's the fix. Practice neutrality. Detach from the need to get, and lock in the frequency of already am. This isn't apathy. It's authority. The king doesn't beg for the throne. He sits on it. You don't convince the universe. You command it by matching the frequency of already having. Step 3. Use simplicity as a power move. Trying harder usually means you're trying everything. Journaling, meditating, scripting, visualizing, shadow work, all at once. That's not alignment. That's panic masked as productivity. Strip it down. What is one thought, one action, one emotion that your future self lives in daily? Do that, and do it consistently. Simplicity creates signal strength. The universe doesn't need complexity. It needs a clean broadcast. Step 4. Anchor in the body, not just the mind. Most people try to manifest through thought alone, but thought is the weakest layer of reality creation. Your body tells the truth. If your nervous system is in fight or flight, your affirmations won't land. If your breath is shallow and your posture is collapsed, you're broadcasting survival, even if your words say abundance. So regulate. Slow the breath. Open the posture. Feel the ground beneath you. Reclaim presence. Your body is the amplifier of the signal. Get it aligned and reality adjusts. Step 5. Shift from willpower to frequency. Willpower says, I'll get this done no matter what. Frequency says, it's already done. I just need to tune in. Which one sounds more powerful? Willpower is finite. It fatigues. Frequency is stable. It attracts. So stop relying on force. Start tuning your emotional baseline to match the life you say you want. That shift is subtle, but it's everything. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to earn the outcome through effort. You need to stop broadcasting the version of you that believes the result is outside of you. Because it's not. The reality you want already exists in the field and in potential. Your job is not to chase it. Your job is to stabilize your signal so it can find you. Trying harder keeps you in the loop. Stabilizing identity moves you beyond it. That's the method that works. That's the shift that sticks. And once you feel it, you'll wonder why you ever settled for struggle. Next, we get brutally honest about your frequency. Not what you think you're putting out, but what you're actually radiating. And why it's the reason you're still attracting scrambled outcomes. You've heard the phrase 1,000 times. Your frequency attracts your reality. It's true, but most people misunderstand what it actually means. They think frequency is just about emotion, or mindset, or how often they meditate. But frequency is the full body, full system broadcast you send into the quantum field every second, whether you're conscious of it or not. And here's the part that most don't realize. You are always manifesting, even now, even when it's not what you want. The question is not, why isn't it working? The question is, what frequency am I actually tuned to? Let's define it clearly. Frequency is the total sum of your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, identity, breath, posture, focus, and attention. It's not just about what you say. It's about what you radiate when you're not even trying. That's what the quantum field listens to. That's what shapes your outcomes. If you say, I deserve love, but your body is bracing for abandonment, your true signal is fear. If you think, I am abundant, but your gut is clenched every time you check your bank account, your signal is scarcity, and that's what gets mirrored back. This isn't about shame. This is about precision. The field doesn't judge. It reflects. So if your life keeps showing you contradiction, confusion, or repetition, it's not a cosmic punishment. It's a readout of your current transmission. And the beautiful thing is, you can change the channel, but not by forcing it, by attuning to it. Here's the real issue. Most people are broadcasting scrambled signals. They think success but feel doubt. They visualize goals but embody stress. They say the right words but carry the wrong frequency. This creates what's called field incoherence. Incoherence means the field can't get a clear lock on what you're asking for. It's like trying to tune in a radio station with static drowning the message. So the field delays, deflects, or distorts your outcomes, not out of malice, but because the signal isn't clean. Let's go deeper. Frequency isn't only what you emit when you're focused. It's what you radiate when you're distracted. What you default to when life doesn't go as planned. Your baseline emotional state is often your strongest broadcast. That means if anxiety is your norm, even with all the affirmations, your frequency is still worry. If self-doubt is your emotional home, even if you act confident, the field hears hesitation. And guess what it mirrors? Exactly that. So here's the real work. Stop trying to broadcast what you want. Start stabilizing who you are. Frequency is not performance. It's embodiment. Want to be magnetic? Don't just do the things. Be the version of you who does them naturally. That version already exists. Your only task is to align with their signal. Here's how to assess your current frequency. Ask yourself, what emotional state do I default to when no one's watching? What beliefs run quietly in the background of my decisions? What patterns keep showing up that I say I don't want? The answers don't lie. They are the broadcast. Awareness is power, not because it fixes things instantly, but because it puts the controls back in your hands. So how do you shift a scrambled signal into alignment? 1. Interrupt the autopilot. Every time you catch yourself reacting from an old pattern, pause. Even a single breath taken consciously breaks the loop. From that space, you can choose again. And that choice, tiny as it seems, alters the broadcast. 2. Feel the future now. Not visualize it. Not imagine it. Feel it. In your chest. In your breath. In your spine. What is the baseline emotional frequency of the future you? Peace? Power? Joy? Worth? Practice that feeling not in a trance but in your real day. Your lunch break. Your commute. Your silence. When it becomes your norm, it becomes your reality. 3. Speak only from the frequency you want to stabilize. Your words are extensions of your field. Stop reinforcing lack in casual conversation. No more, "I'm always tired. Things never work out for me. I don't know what's wrong with me." You're programming the field with those declarations. Shift to, "I'm learning to hold a new energy. I'm stabilizing a stronger signal. I'm showing up as my aligned self more every day." Speak like the frequency is already yours, because it is. This is the shift. Your frequency is not what you want. It's what you live. That's why manifestation isn't a technique. It's a transformation. Your life is a tuning fork. It attracts based on what you resonate with, not what you request. Want new results? Become a new signal. Stabilize it. Live in it. Speak from it. The rest will meet you there. Next, we break the biggest myth in modern manifestation and reveal the forgotten science behind why emotion, not thought alone, is the real engine of your outcomes. There's one truth that gets ignored in almost every manifestation method taught today. It's not your thoughts that change reality. It's the emotion behind them. Thoughts are electric. Emotion is magnetic. You can repeat all the affirmations you want. But if your emotional body is locked in fear, shame, guilt, or lack, the field won't mirror what you say, it'll mirror what you feel. Emotion is not fluff. It's physics. Let's cut through the noise. When you think, you generate possibility. When you feel, you transmit frequency. When the two align, you collapse reality into form. Thought initiates. Emotion activates. Together, they encode your timeline. You can't fake that. And you shouldn't try. Because the truth is, the emotional state you live in most often is the one creating your life. Not your dream board. Not your goal list. Not your intentions on the new moon. Just one question. What is your emotional baseline? That's the signal the quantum field is responding to. And it's never wrong. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It moves through your body. It informs your posture, your tone, your choices. If you've been feeling stuck, unmotivated, or off, chances are your energy is locked in outdated emotional loops. And the field is just echoing that back. That's not punishment. It's precision. It's feedback from a perfect mirror. The real reason most people fail to shift timelines? They try to change their reality from an old emotional identity. They think thoughts of success while still feeling unworthy. They visualize love while still feeling abandoned. They speak of health while still fearing the body's betrayal. You can't bypass this. Emotion is the bridge between your internal world and the field. Skip it and your broadcast stays scrambled. This is why your emotions matter more than ever. The heart generates an electromagnetic field up to 60x stronger than the brain. This field can be measured, and it's constantly interacting with your surroundings. When your thoughts and heart-based emotions sync up, something incredible happens. You create coherence. Coherence is not about perfection. It's about resonance. When you feel safe, grounded, empowered, your signal becomes clear. And that clarity collapses the quantum wave into a specific reality. That's not philosophy. That's measurable physics. Let's talk about suppression. Most people don't lack emotion. They've just been taught to suppress the wrong ones. You can't manifest joy while ignoring sadness. You can't access wholeness by shaming anger. Suppression doesn't clear a signal, it distorts it. You want a clean broadcast? Start by feeling what's actually present. Because repressed emotion doesn't disappear. It becomes the silent architect of your frequency. Now let's talk regulation. You've been told to raise your vibration. But how? The key isn't to force happy thoughts. It's to build emotional resilience. Regulation doesn't mean fake positivity. It means you can hold emotion without being drowned by it. When you become a steady container for energy in motion, you become a stable frequency transmitter. And that's when the field starts responding differently. So how do you shift your emotional frequency? Step 1. Stop labeling emotions as bad or good. All emotion is information. Anger reveals boundaries. Fear shows you where you're holding the past. Guilt exposes outdated programming. Feel them. Don't judge them. When emotion moves, it clears. When it's judged, it hardens. You want flow? Let emotion move through you like data, not identity. Step 2. Give your body permission to process. Emotion is not just a thought loop. It's a chemical event. It lives in the cells, muscles, breath, and fascia. When you suppress an emotion, your body holds it. Tight shoulders, shallow breath, locked jaw, tense gut. That's stuck energy. Release isn't just catharsis. It's movement. Dance, shake, breathe, sigh, stretch, cry. Get the energy moving, and the field starts reflecting differently. Step 3. Practice emotional frequency training. Start each day with one question. What emotion matches the timeline I want to live today? Is it peace? Is it worthiness? Is it freedom? Feel into it. Not intellectually, physically. Anchor that frequency in the body. Hold it longer each day. Eventually, it becomes your baseline, and reality reorganizes accordingly. Emotion isn't just a reaction. It's your broadcast. You're not here to feel positive all the time. You're here to feel honestly and direct that energy intentionally. Once you stop resisting what you feel, you reclaim what you are. And from there, you can choose what to transmit. One last truth. Most timelines aren't blocked by lack of belief. They're blocked by emotional dissonance. When you clear the charge, you clear the path. Emotion, unjudged, becomes fuel. And when that fuel is aligned, your desires are no longer distant. They're natural. That's the forgotten science of manifestation. And now you remember it. Next, we move into the dimension where time is not linear and show you how your future self is already living the life you want. The question is, are you tuned into their signal? There's a version of you that's already free, already healthy, already abundant, already living in alignment. Not someday, not hypothetically, right now. Because in the quantum field, all timelines exist simultaneously. Your future self isn't in front of you on a linear track. They're broadcasting from a parallel state, already encoded with the choices, thoughts, and frequency you've been searching for. They're not waiting. They're calling. The question is, are you listening? Quantum physics doesn't operate like a calendar. There's no before and after in the field, only probability and coherence. Time, as we experience it, is a perceptual construct designed to make sense of causality. But consciousness isn't limited by clocks, and neither is identity. This means that the version of you who has what you seek isn't a future you have to earn. It's a frequency you have to match. Your job isn't to chase them, it's to collapse the distance. Here's how this works. Every choice you make is a tuning fork. Every thought is a vote for a version of you. Every emotion is a thread in the fabric of your timeline. Most people keep reinforcing the same timeline by acting from the same identity. Same thoughts, same reactions, same internal dialogue. And then they ask, why hasn't anything changed? It's not about waiting longer. It's about aligning sooner. Let's break it down. Your future self is not a fantasy version of you. It's a quantum template, an already existing pattern in the field. And like any pattern, it has a specific emotional and behavioral signature. That version of you thinks in a certain way, speaks with certain clarity, acts with certain energy, feels with a certain rhythm. To access that timeline, you don't have to figure out every step. You only need to tune into the signal. Feel their choices in your nervous system. Act from their assumptions. Speak from their clarity. When your signal matches theirs, the field collapses the distance. That's not motivation. That's mechanics. So how do you access this version of you? 1. Create a quantum reference point. Stop imagining outcomes. Start identifying identities. The key is not to ask, what do I want? The key is to ask, who do I choose to be? Write it down. Not goals, traits. How do they move? How do they speak? What do they no longer tolerate? What emotions do they embody in the quiet? You're building a frequency profile. The field responds to clarity. 2. Build neural familiarity. Your brain is a prediction machine. When it doesn't recognize a behavior, it resists, even if that behavior is beneficial. So don't try to jump into a new identity all at once. Start making your nervous system familiar with the new pattern. Repeat their language. Feel their posture. Move as if you already trust life. This isn't fake it till you make it. This is tune it till you stabilize it. 3. Feel the collapse. This is where most stop short. They imagine the future self, but keep living from the past self's frequency. You must feel the shift in real time, as if a layer of static lifts, as if you just stepped into a more coherent signal. That moment, that internal shift, is timeline alignment. And once you feel it, your job is to stay there, even when old inputs try to pull you back. The more you stabilize that frequency, the more the field reorganizes around it. Here's what no one tells you. The gap between where you are and where you want to be isn't filled with effort. It's filled with identity lag. You're not unworthy. You're just still rehearsing an outdated self-image. When you release the past-based identity, you unlock access to the now-based potential. The field doesn't respond to desire. It responds to presence. And your future self lives there. Now let's get precise. Every day, your current identity will try to reassert itself. You'll feel the impulse to play small. You'll doubt the new timeline. You'll revert to old reactions. That's not failure. That's momentum. The gravitational pull of the old self doesn't mean you're off track. It means you're moving. And the key to staying aligned isn't perfection. It's awareness. Notice the shift. Pause. Recenter. Realign. Again and again and again. Until the future self isn't a visit, it's your baseline. You've already felt it before. Moments when something clicked and you saw life differently. Moments when you felt completely present, totally certain, deeply powerful. That was a taste of your future self calling. Not just to guide you, to merge with you. This isn't about pretending. It's about remembering that you were never waiting to become them. You were always meant to receive them. Next, we begin to pull back the curtain on the way reality is actually responding to you, not through hustle or effort, but through pure resonance and energetic alignment. Reality doesn't chase results. It mirrors identity. You've been taught that the harder you try, the better your results. That effort equals outcome. That pushing, forcing, grinding is the only real path to change. But here's the truth. Reality is not responding to your effort. It's responding to your alignment. This is the mirror code. And once you understand it, everything changes. Look around you right now. Everything you're experiencing, your relationships, your finances, your challenges, your breakthroughs, is a mirror, not a metaphorical mirror. An energetic one. You are broadcasting a frequency with every belief, thought, and emotion you hold. And reality is reflecting that frequency back to you in real time. Not based on what you want, but based on what you are. You don't get what you ask for. You get what you're aligned with. Effort is horizontal. It moves you along the same track, trying harder to reach something new. Alignment is vertical. It shifts your state instantly, placing you on an entirely different track where new outcomes naturally emerge. That's why some people work hard for years and stay stuck, while others shift internally and experience results within days. It's not luck. It's mechanics, and the field never misses. Let's make this practical. Say you're trying to create more abundance. You set goals. You visualize. You hustle. But underneath it all, you still feel like money is scarce. You still doubt your worth. You still operate from fear. That internal frequency is your real command. And reality mirrors it perfectly. Not to punish you, to reveal you. The field is not personal. It's precise. This is why trying harder often makes things worse. Because trying implies lack. It vibrates with the assumption that you're separate from what you want. And the field hears, I don't have it. So it reflects, you don't have it. That's the mirror code. It doesn't listen to your words. It responds to your signal. Let's clarify what alignment means. Alignment is not thinking positively all the time. It's not suppressing emotion. It's not acting perfect. Alignment is coherence. It's when your thoughts, emotions, and actions are synchronized with the version of you who already lives what you desire. It's a state where there's no inner conflict, no double signal, no dissonance. And in that state, manifestation isn't something you do. It's something that happens. The mirror code isn't philosophical. It's functional. You walk into every room carrying your field with you. You don't have to say a word. People pick up on your signal. Are you grounded or reactive? Are you settled or desperate? Are you in certainty or chasing approval? Reality reflects it all: relationships, timing, opportunities, synchronicities. Because it's not listening to what you say. It's following what you broadcast. Now here's the key most people miss. The mirror doesn't respond instantly to effort. It responds over time to identity. This means that you can act like you believe something, but if your identity still vibrates with doubt or fear, the field picks that up. The shift only locks in when the signal stabilizes, when alignment becomes normal, when coherence becomes consistent. You don't force the mirror. You become what it reflects. So how do you shift your alignment? It begins with one word: honesty. Be radically honest about what you're broadcasting. Ask yourself, what do I believe about myself when no one's watching? What do I expect from the world deep down? What energy am I living in, even when I'm trying to be positive? This isn't to shame you. It's to wake you up, because you can only shift what you're willing to feel. Next, drop the chase. Stop treating reality like a finish line. You are not here to race toward what you want. You are here to become the version of you who naturally attracts it. This isn't passive. It's deeply intentional. Every choice you make, especially when no one is watching, either locks you into the old signal or activates the new one. Every time you feel peace instead of panic, every time you choose presence over performance, every time you trust the signal instead of the symptom, you're aligning, and alignment always wins. It's time to stop worshiping effort and start respecting frequency. You've been conditioned to believe that only hard work changes reality. But in the quantum field, change happens when vibration shifts. Yes, action matters, but aligned action is a ripple from a coherent center. Unaligned effort creates noise. Aligned energy creates openings. When you're aligned, you don't need to knock on doors. They open before you reach them, not because the universe is being nice, but because the mirror is finally showing the reflection of who you've chosen to become. Now let's talk about why some mirrors seem slow to update. It's not because you're doing something wrong. It's because you're still oscillating between old and new. The field reflects momentum. If your signal is clear 10% of the time and scattered the other 90%, what do you think reality mirrors? Stability takes practice, not perfection, practice. And when the signal becomes consistent, the reflection accelerates. You are the origin point of your experience, not the economy, not your upbringing, not your external circumstances. That's the mirror code. When you shift your internal signal, the universe doesn't argue. It adjusts, not because you begged, not because you forced, but because you aligned. Next, we explore how the principle of entanglement reveals the unseen bonds that shape our relationships, timing, and inner knowing, proving that love, synchronicity, and connection are more than coincidence. They are quantum events. There are moments that don't make sense. You think of someone and they call. You meet a stranger who feels eerily familiar. You follow a hunch and land exactly where you needed to be. Feels random, but it's not. It's entangled. There's a deeper order behind what you've called coincidence. A hidden architecture of timing, connection, and knowing that lives beneath logic. It's not guesswork. It's quantum. Quantum entanglement is not just a scientific anomaly. It's a glimpse into how connected everything truly is. In the lab, particles that were once linked, no matter how far apart, can still influence each other instantly. They don't send signals. They respond as if they were never separated. That's not a metaphor. That's observable. Now consider this. What if consciousness follows the same rule? What if certain people, events, and outcomes in your life are not random, but entangled with your energetic field? What if they're responding not to your schedule, but to your signal? Let's bring this home. That deep, instant knowing when you meet someone, that's not imagination. It's resonance. The person didn't appear out of the blue. They matched a frequency your field was already holding. This is why soulmate connections can feel instant. You're not building rapport from scratch. You're sinking into something that's already encoded. Entanglement means that what belongs to your frequency can find you, across space, across time, without delay. But it also means that staying entangled with outdated versions of yourself keeps pulling in people and patterns that match your past. You're not stuck. You're still signaling. Now let's talk about synchronicity, that perfect alignment of events that feels too ordered to be chance. That moment when the right idea, message, or solution shows up exactly when needed. That's not a fluke. That's a mirror. Your inner world shifts, and the field reorders itself accordingly. People, places, and timing adjust around your alignment. That's the intelligence of the field. And you're not just receiving it, you're generating it. Think of it like this. Your beliefs, emotions, and intentions create a quantum fingerprint. That fingerprint ripples through the field and entangles with matching patterns. Some call it divine timing. Some call it fate. But the field isn't choosing for you, it's responding to you. The reason so many miss these moments is because they're too busy controlling outcomes instead of noticing resonance. Synchronicity isn't created by force. It's revealed through presence. Let's be clear. Entanglement doesn't mean attachment. It means energetic correspondence. You don't need to chase what's yours. You need to tune into it. And just as you can entangle with soul-aligned relationships and opportunities, you can also stay entangled with old fears, identities, and timelines. The field doesn't judge. It reflects. So ask yourself, what emotional frequency have you been broadcasting lately? What type of people and experiences have been showing up? That's your entanglement profile. It doesn't lie. It just responds. This is why healing matters, not just for your well-being, but for your reality. When you clear the emotional patterns that were entangled with past pain, you release the quantum thread that was pulling the same experiences into your field. It's not just about feeling better. It's about breaking resonance. Because the moment your frequency shifts, the field shifts too. And what used to find you will lose its signal, while what matches your new coherence will lock in, often suddenly. Let's go deeper. You are not just influencing your own life. You are part of a web of interconnected minds, hearts, and timelines. The choices you make, especially from alignment, send ripples through the field. That breakthrough you had, it might inspire someone you've never met. That shift in how you treat yourself, it might untangle a toxic bond without a single word exchanged. Quantum connection means that healing is never isolated. Alignment is contagious. You want to uplift others? Start by clearing your own frequency. That signal travels further than any speech. Now let's return to the topic of soulmates. This isn't about fairy tales. This is about soul resonance. Soulmates aren't always romantic. They're people whose energy is encoded to activate your evolution. Some stay, some pass through, but none are random. And when your field becomes coherent, those connections accelerate. You'll meet people who match your values without effort. You'll collaborate with ease. You'll feel more known than explained. That's not magic. That's mechanics. And timing? It obeys the same rule. The right person, idea, or opportunity doesn't arrive when you beg. It shows up when your energy matches its pattern. This is why patience is not passive. It's preparatory. When you align your field, the how and when organize themselves. It's not about trusting life to deliver what you want. It's about becoming the version of you who matches what wants to meet you. You've already experienced this. You've felt the surge of insight, the pull toward someone or something that made no sense but turned out to be exactly right. That wasn't intuition guessing. That was coherence speaking. And the more you honor it, the more natural synchronicity becomes. Not because the universe is finally responding, but because you finally are. Next, we confront the underlying framework that holds most of reality together, the simulation, the code, the loop, and more importantly, how to break free from the invisible architecture shaping your life from the inside out. Every day feels like a rerun. The faces change. The conversations shift. But the core patterns, they stay the same. It's not random. It's not fate. It's code. You're in a simulation, not a digital construct with wires and screens, but a subconscious architecture running invisible loops over and over again. Most people never see it. They're so busy reacting to the surface of life, they miss the structure underneath it. But the structure is everything, because the simulation doesn't just influence your experience, it creates it. Let's break this down. The simulation isn't some sci-fi fantasy. It's the total system of beliefs, emotional patterns, identity programs, and energetic defaults you've been conditioned to operate from. From birth, your brain started recording. What's safe? What's not? What love looks like? What failure means? Who you are? These patterns weren't neutral. They became scripts. And those scripts became the simulation you're living inside right now. Most of it was installed before you were even conscious of choice. But here's the twist. Just because the simulation was installed, doesn't mean it can't be rewritten. Every loop has a key. Every program has a pattern. And every pattern can be collapsed. But only if you stop reacting to the symptoms and start tracing the signal. Look closely at your recurring issues. The financial ceiling you can't break. The relationships that repeat the same emotional arc. The goals that always seem just out of reach. You've been treating these like separate problems. They're not. They're echoes of one source code, an underlying identity that's looping you through the same simulation, just with different faces and timelines. It's not life being unfair. It's life being precise. Reality is running the code you're unconsciously supplying. So how do you break the loop? You stop feeding it. Every time you repeat an emotional reaction, resentment, fear, guilt, you energize the same neural and energetic pathways. You reinforce the construct. The simulation thrives on predictability, on you being exactly who you were yesterday. It rewards sameness, punishes deviation not with cruelty, but with resistance. So to break it, you must become unpredictable to it. You must shift from the inside out. Here's the truth. Your loop isn't powered by your environment. It's powered by your identity. That voice in your head, it's the operating system. Tells you who you are, what you're capable of, what you should fear, what you don't deserve. And as long as you listen, the program runs. The loop continues. Now here's what the simulation can't process. Awareness. When you become aware of the loop, its grip weakens. Because awareness introduces choice. Not willpower. Not affirmation. Awareness. The moment you see the pattern, you're no longer the pattern. And in that space, you have access to the command line. The simulation doesn't fear your struggle. It thrives on it. It fears your clarity. Because clarity lets you rewrite the script. Clarity strips away the lies. It reveals the emotional addictions hiding behind logic. It unmasks the false identities you've called me for too long. The simulation starts to crack the moment you stop defending your suffering. Now let's get specific. Here's how to exit. First, observe without reaction. Next time the loop triggers you, pause. Don't fight it. Don't explain it. Don't fix it. Just witness the emotion rise. Feel it fully without story. Let it burn through you without engaging. Why? Because engagement feeds it. Silence starves it. The more you observe without acting, the more space you create between trigger and identity. That space is your doorway out. Second, question the voice. The internal narration telling you who you are? It's not truth. It's code. Every time it whispers, "You're not enough," or "You'll never change," respond with one thought. Who programmed this? Not is it true, but whose script is this? Because when you recognize that the narrative was installed, you realize it can be uninstalled. Third, collapse the emotional contract. Every loop survives because of an emotional contract. If I stay small, I'll be safe. If I struggle, I'll be loved. If I don't try, I can't fail. You don't need to rewrite these with logic. You need to feel where they live in your body and release the charge. Feel the fear. Feel the shame. Feel the grief. And then choose again. That's the reset. Finally, anchor a new signal. The simulation is reactive. It needs input. If you stop feeding it the old energy but never supply a new frequency, it defaults to the past. So after awareness, after release, there must be creation. Feel the version of you who no longer loops. Feel their posture, their decisions, their clarity, and begin to act from that energy even before results show up. This is not faking. This is aligning, and the field will recognize the signal. Here's the part no one tells you. The loop is not trying to ruin you. It's trying to wake you. The patterns persist because they carry a message. You are not who you think you are. You are not the trauma. You are not the doubt. You are not the recycled memory of your childhood story. You are the one watching the loop. You are the presence behind the pattern. And once you remember that, the simulation loses control. Next, we explore a truth most people never question. Are your thoughts even your own? Or have you been unknowingly plugged into a greater intelligence that connects all minds, all moments, and all meaning? You think you're having private thoughts, that your mind is a sealed chamber, that what happens inside your head belongs to you alone. But that's an illusion. Your thoughts are not isolated echoes. They're transmissions. And the source you think is you may only be a receiver. The universal mind is not poetry. It's not theory. It's not mysticism dressed in spiritual language. It's a real, measurable field of consciousness that surrounds, permeates, and includes you. Ancient wisdom called it the Akashic field. Quantum physicists whisper about the zero-point field. Mystics touch it in silence. Inventors call it inspiration. Whatever the name, one truth stands. You've never been thinking alone. Look back at your greatest insights, the moments of clarity that shocked you, the timing that felt too perfect, the sudden solutions that didn't come from effort, they came like lightning. Where did they actually come from? They weren't generated. They were received. The universal mind is not somewhere else. It's here, now, available. You are immersed in it like a fish in water. But unless you quiet the static of personal identity, you won't notice its signal. Most people believe the brain creates consciousness, but that's outdated. Modern research suggests your brain is more like a tuning device, not the generator of thought, but the translator. It receives frequencies, decodes them into thought patterns, and broadcasts them into behavior. Just like a radio doesn't create music, it finds it. You're tuning in every moment. The only question is, to what? So why does it feel like you're thinking alone? Because the ego, the mask of separation, filters the signal. It tells you that your thoughts are yours. Your life is yours. Your pain is yours. But beneath the static is the field. And the field doesn't speak in sentences. It speaks in resonance. It doesn't argue. It responds. It brings you exactly what you're attuned to, not what you want, not what you imagine, but what you actually feel and broadcast. This is why you've had ideas pop into your mind that someone else speaks aloud the next day. This is why two inventors across the planet can make the same discovery at the same time. This is why certain thoughts feel bigger than your mind, like they're arriving from somewhere else. Because they are. The universal mind doesn't operate on language. It operates on vibration. And when your inner frequency matches an available stream, you download from it without even trying. The more silent you become inside, the clearer the reception. That's why so many breakthroughs happen in the shower, during a walk, in the liminal space before sleep, because when the noise drops, the signal rises. You don't have to force it. You simply stop blocking it. You don't think your way to clarity. You relax into it. Here's the part you've never been taught. Your personal mind is a node. The universal mind is the grid. And when you access it consciously, You don't just receive insight, you participate in collective transformation. Every time you think a higher thought, choose a clearer intention, align with a deeper truth, you're not just shifting your life. You're broadcasting into the collective, and someone somewhere is tuning in. This is not metaphor. It's physics. Thought carries frequency. Emotion amplifies it. Focus locks it in. When you think with coherence, your signal becomes a contribution. You're not thinking alone. You're contributing to the field. You're either uploading distortion or clarity, and the field responds accordingly. Here's why this matters. You've been trying to solve problems from your isolated mind. You've asked, what should I do? How do I fix this? Why can't I figure it out? But those questions trap you in separation. Try this instead. What is the signal I need to tune into? What energy already has the answer I seek? What frequency is aligned with the outcome I want? You'll feel it before you hear it, because the universal mind speaks in resonance, not noise. This is also why collective fear spreads so fast. You're connected. When enough people hold a pattern, scarcity, shame, despair, it reverberates. But the same is true for coherence, truth, and peace. The more you return to alignment, the more you pull others into it without saying a word. Your presence is a transmission. So is your chaos. You're always broadcasting. The only question is, what are you uploading? The secret to changing the world is not just action. The signal clarity. Because when enough minds align to the same frequency, the field shifts, and the simulation responds. You want to stop war? Clear your inner conflict. You want to heal the system? Stop looping in victimhood. You want to change the planet? Change your broadcast. It begins with you, but it never ends there. The universal mind isn't an elite access. It's your default setting beneath the noise. You don't need to earn it. You just need to remember it. Drop the mental argument. Quiet the identity loop. Relax the grip on my thoughts. And listen, because the answers have always been available. You were just tuned to the wrong channel. Next, we enter the coded language of the universe itself, one you've always been surrounded by but never formally taught. Patterns, numbers, symbols, synchronicities. These are not random. They're messages. It's time to learn how to read them. You've seen them, repeating numbers, perfectly timed coincidences, a song that plays the exact moment you needed its words. You brushed it off, called it strange, maybe even magical. But here's the truth, those weren't random. They were signals. Reality is communicating, constantly, not in English, not in words, but in a language far older and more precise. Symbols. We've been trained to ignore this. Modern culture taught us to worship logic and dismiss pattern. But ancient civilizations didn't make that mistake. They studied signs, tracked rhythms, interpreted symbols as direct reflections of inner and outer alignment. They weren't guessing. They were listening. And now, so can you. Here's what most people miss. Symbols are not just metaphors. They're frequency markers. A symbol is a package of energy, meaning, and vibration. It bypasses linear thinking and speaks straight to your subconscious. That's why a single image, a snake, a pyramid, a spiral, can stir something deep inside you. It's not superstition. It's resonance. Your subconscious recognizes symbols because it thinks in them. Before you learned words, you learned through association. Before thought, there was energy. And energy organizes itself through patterns. Let's talk numbers. You see them on clocks, receipts, license plates. You feel the weirdness, but you don't know what to do with it. Here's the secret. It's not the number itself. It's the moment it shows up. You're being pinged. The field is mirroring your alignment or your misalignment. It's not trying to scare you. It's trying to wake you. Look here. Notice this. Pay attention. When signs repeat, it means one thing. You're not hearing the message, so it amplifies. Symbols also show up in dreams, archetypes, synchronicities. That bird that keeps landing near you. That same phrase you hear in 3 conversations. That image that won't leave your mind. You're not hallucinating. You're receiving. The universe doesn't speak in sentences. It speaks in layers of meaning. And when you start treating signs as real, everything begins to accelerate. So how do you read the language? First, drop the need for proof. Symbolic intelligence doesn't speak to the skeptical mind. It speaks to your inner frequency. If you demand logic before trust, you block the signal. But if you lean into the energy, feel the pattern, it starts to decode itself. Trust first. Meaning follows. Second, ask this question. What is this symbol reflecting in me? Don't ask, what does 555 mean? Ask, what was I thinking or feeling the moment it appeared? That's the message. The sign reflects your current signal. It's not about the number. It's about your alignment when it arrived. If you were doubting something and saw 777, that's confirmation. If you were resisting change and saw 999, that's the invitation to release. The universe doesn't send abstract messages. It responds to you. Third, build your own symbolic dictionary. Yes, there are shared meanings, but symbols are personal. A crow might mean death to one person, freedom to another. Trust your emotional resonance. If a certain word, image, or event repeats and gives you a feeling, write it down. Start a pattern journal. Track not just what appeared, but how you felt when it did. You'll start to see the matrix. Fourth, don't get addicted to the signs. They're not magic tricks. They're feedback. The point is not to chase more signs. It's to align so deeply with your true frequency that signs become unnecessary. When you live as the signal, reality reflects you in real time. You don't need symbols to guide you. They start reflecting you. Here's what this means practically. Every day, reality is giving you a vibrational map. It's showing you where you are, what you're broadcasting, what you're ignoring. That chronic glitch in your tech? That strange delay in plans? That repeating animal crossing your path? All symbols. All signals. Your job isn't to decode them perfectly. Your job is to listen energetically. To feel what they're pointing to sense what they're trying to realign in you. Because the moment you acknowledge them, something shifts. You're no longer a victim of randomness. You're no longer waiting for signs. You're responding to them. And the more you respond, the more fluent you become. Reality sharpens. Clarity intensifies. Synchronicity becomes normal. You become a fluent speaker in the universe's oldest language. Why does this matter? Because symbols bypass resistance. You can argue with advice. You can reject logic. You can dismiss facts. But a sign? It hits you. It speaks straight to your pattern. It slips through your defenses and delivers the message your soul already knows. That's power. And it's always been with you. This is the return of a forgotten intelligence. Not mystical, not magical, but mechanical. A feedback loop between you and reality that updates every moment based on your internal state. The question is not whether signs are real. The question is whether you're still pretending you don't see them. Next, we shift from outer signs to inner dimensions. You've been taught that you are one being, living one life on one timeline. But that's false. You are already multidimensional, and the only reason you haven't accessed that truth fully is because you've been trained to forget. There's a reason your life sometimes feels too small for you. You sense there's more, but you can't quite touch it. Moments of déjà vu, sudden knowing. That gut-level pull towards something you've never seen, but deeply recognize. This isn't imagination. It's memory. And not just memory from the past, but memory of parallel versions of you. Because you're not just one person. You're a constellation of selves. Stacked, layered, entangled across dimensions. But you've been taught to forget. From the moment you were born, you were trained to live in the one reality. You were given a name, a role, a script. You learned rules, structure, limitation. You were told time moves forward. That identity is stable. That reality is solid. None of that is true. You are not a linear being. You are a multidimensional signal, simultaneously active in many layers of reality. Some call it timelines. Some call it quantum selves. Some call it soul fractals. But here's what matters. There are versions of you that already live the life you want. And your job isn't to become them, it's to tune to them. This isn't wishful thinking. It's physics. In quantum mechanics, every possibility already exists. You don't create outcomes, you select them. Reality is not a path, it's a field of versions. Every thought you think, every emotion you hold, every belief you repeat, it tunes you to one of those versions. You shift timelines not by effort, but by resonance. But you've been trained out of this awareness. You've been told to focus, to commit, to conform. You were punished for daydreaming, corrected when you imagined. You were praised when you played your role. And in that process, you stopped listening to the parts of you that didn't fit. You called them distractions. They were access points. Every intuitive nudge, every sudden inspiration, every strange emotion that seems to come from nowhere, these are not glitches. They are bleed-throughs. You're feeling the signal of other versions of yourself. The one who took the risk, the one who said no, the one who left the relationship, started the business, healed the body. Those versions are not fantasy. They are real, active, accessible. And when you learn how to align with their frequency, you unlock more energy, insight, and momentum than years of struggle could ever give you. So how do you reconnect? First, stop trying to fix your current self. You are not broken. You're just tuned to a version of yourself that is carrying outdated coding. The pain you're experiencing isn't punishment, it's misalignment. The moment you stop identifying with that version and start identifying with the one who's already free, you start collapsing the gap. Second, start asking better questions. Instead of, why am I like this? Ask, what version of me is currently active? What version do I want to be tuned into? This subtle shift changes everything, because you stop fighting your symptoms and start shifting your state. You move out of survival and into signal control. Third, become emotionally compatible with the timeline you want. It's not enough to want abundance. You must feel safe in it. It's not enough to visualize success. You must feel deserving of it. Your emotions are the glue that locks in your resonance. Until you rewire them, you'll keep defaulting to the same timeline, even with perfect logic and strategy. Fourth, develop timeline awareness. This means observing your own reality shifts as they happen. Noticing when people, patterns, and feelings suddenly shift. When things feel off or new, don't panic. Don't overanalyze. Tune in. You're probably catching the edge of a new frequency, a timeline shift in progress. This is the moment to hold alignment. Don't retreat, because the mind will try to drag you back to familiar discomfort. But your quantum self is already ahead. Fifth, speak from the timeline you want, not the one you're leaving. Stop saying, I'm trying to heal. I hope it works. I'm doing my best. Start saying, I'm now aligned with the version of me who's already healed. I'm shifting into clarity. I'm broadcasting certainty. Language is a tuning fork. Every sentence broadcasts a signature. Speak as the you who already lives your next level. And finally, relax the grip on who you think you are. Because the deeper truth is this: you are not your history. You are not your habits. You are not even your name. You are a stream of awareness flowing through multiple dimensions, constantly updating, collapsing, and reactivating possibilities. The only reason you feel stuck is because you've mistaken one version of yourself for the whole. But that version is one page in an infinite library, and you get to choose which one to read next. Next, we unlock the hidden architecture of the self. Beneath your personality lies a powerful set of patterns, archetypes, that shape every reality you create. They are not just symbols. They are your keys. You've been told you're a person with traits, preferences, and a personality. But that's only a surface-level story. Beneath that identity is a deeper structure, a set of energetic blueprints called archetypes. These are not concepts. They are codes. They shape how you think, feel, choose, and create. And when you become aware of them, you stop reacting from a programmed self and start activating your true power. Archetypes are energetic roles that exist within the collective field of consciousness. They're universal patterns like the hero, the sage, the lover, the rebel. They're not fantasies or myth. They're frequencies, and your subconscious organizes itself around them. When you're unaware of your archetypes, they run your life automatically. You repeat emotional loops. You attract the same people. You keep living the same drama with different actors. You're not cursed. You're playing a role, one you didn't choose consciously. But when you start working with archetypes intentionally, something powerful happens. You stop being the story. You become the author. Think of archetypes as internal architects. Each one carries a specific pattern, a way of perceiving the world, interacting with it, and influencing it. Your victim archetype feels powerless. It attracts saviors or abusers. Your warrior archetype takes bold action. It meets resistance and overcomes it. Your healer archetype transforms pain into insight. It learns by breaking, then rebuilding. These patterns exist within you whether you're aware or not. The key is to consciously activate the ones that match your next-level identity. Let's say you're stuck in scarcity. You're trying to manifest abundance, but your reality keeps echoing lack. Look beneath the surface. What archetype is running the show? Is it the orphan who feels abandoned by life? Is it the martyr who believes wealth requires suffering? Or is it the beggar who constantly asks for what it doesn't believe it deserves? When you name the archetype, you make it visible, and what's visible can be shifted. Now, what archetype aligns with the version of you who lives in abundance? Maybe it's the sovereign who trusts their inner authority. Maybe it's the creator who generates value from their gifts. Maybe it's the magician who bends reality by aligning with universal laws. These are not fantasies. They are latent programs within you, and each one carries a completely different frequency. When you shift archetypes, you don't just change how you feel, you change how the field responds to you. People treat you differently. Opportunities appear. Synchronicities increase. Because you're no longer broadcasting from the energy of someone hoping for change. You're transmitting from the role of someone who embodies it. Here's how to activate a new archetype. Step 1. Identify the one you're currently living from. Ask yourself, what inner role is running this pattern? Be honest. No judgment. Step 2. Choose the archetype that aligns with your new reality. Not the one that makes you feel good, but the one that carries the frequency you want to live from. Step 3. Study its energy. What would this archetype believe about this situation? How would it respond? What choices would it make today? Step 4. Speak, think, and move from that archetype's frequency. Not once, not as a performance, as a new operating system. Repeat this until your nervous system adapts, until your reality shifts to reflect the new broadcast. This isn't about faking it. It's about transmitting it. The universe doesn't respond to your hopes. It responds to your signal. And archetypes are signal generators. They don't just change how you think. They change how you resonate. Now here's what's wild. Some archetypes within you are asleep. You've never accessed them because your old patterns didn't allow them. But they're waiting. They've always been there, encoded in your energetic DNA. You can activate the leader, the alchemist, the mystic, the architect, the visionary. Each has its own quantum key. And once you turn that key, a new version of your reality begins to unlock. Want to upgrade fast? Work with the shadow archetypes first. These are the parts of you you've disowned, the saboteur, the addict, the victim, the inner critic. These patterns are not enemies. They're trapped energy. When you face them, name them, and integrate them, they stop sabotaging your alignment. You free up energy that's been stuck in self-protection loops. And suddenly, all the momentum that's been blocked is yours again. Remember this, you are not your wounds. You are not your coping mechanisms. You are not your surface identity. You are the energy that chooses which pattern to activate next. You are the selector, the transmitter, the architect of your own archetypal alignment. And once you choose consciously, you stop reacting and start creating. You've always had these codes. Now you have access to them. And the moment you stop waiting to become worthy and start choosing who you are, everything accelerates. Because life doesn't give you what you want. It gives you what your identity instructs it to. And archetypes are how that identity takes form in the field. Next, we go even deeper. You've heard of your higher self, but what if it's not something far away or spiritually abstract? What if it's simply a frequency shift away? What if it's time to stop chasing it and start activating it? You don't need to reach your higher self. It's not above you, beyond you, or somewhere you visit after years of effort. It's a state that already exists within you, waiting to be tuned. Your higher self isn't a new version of you. It's the original frequency, before fear distorted the signal. This is not spiritual fluff. It's physics. Every frequency already exists in the quantum field. You don't earn access to your higher self, you resonate with it. And resonance is a choice, not a reward. Let's clear something up. The higher self isn't an abstract idea. It's a version of you that operates from total alignment. It doesn't need external validation. It doesn't react from wounds. It doesn't run programs of lack, fear, or separation. It is not better than you. It is more attuned than the version you're living now. And you can access it not through effort but coherence. Coherence is when your energy, emotions, thoughts, and body are synchronized, not in agreement with external circumstances, but in agreement with your chosen internal state. Your higher self is always broadcasting. You just need to get quiet enough to hear it and stable enough to match it. That's where quantum energy comes in. Quantum energy is not a metaphor. It's the foundational fabric of everything, including you. It's responsive, intelligent, and programmable. And when you learn to work with it, you stop pushing against your reality and start realigning it. Your higher self already exists in the field. And it's not trying to help you, it's trying to become you. The question is, will you allow it? Step 1. Silence the static. Every lower state, fear, doubt, resentment is static. It blocks the signal of the higher self. This doesn't mean suppressing your emotions. It means witnessing them without becoming them, letting them rise, reveal their message, and release. The clearer your channel, the stronger the signal. Step 2. Move into quantum stillness. Quantum stillness isn't the absence of motion. It's the alignment of energy. It's that moment where your mind is quiet, your breath is steady, and your awareness is vast. In that stillness, the higher self is felt, not thought about. It doesn't speak in language. It speaks in knowing. The more you access the stillness, the more your nervous system acclimates to the higher self's vibration. Step 3. Practice energetic identity. This means feeling the energy of the you who already lives your desired timeline. Not imagining it, becoming it. How does that version of you walk into a room? How do they speak, think, decide? What do they no longer tolerate? This isn't about pretending. It's about stepping into energetic congruence. The higher self doesn't beg, chase, or prove. It instructs the field through clarity and coherence. Step 4. Release time as a measure of change. Time is a mental construct. The higher self operates beyond it. It doesn't calculate success in months or years. It shifts in moments when the frequency matches the reality. When you stop measuring progress by clock time and start measuring by alignment, you collapse delays. You stop being a seeker. You start being a tuner. Step 5. Communicate with the field through elevated emotion. Emotion is the signal amplifier. The higher self doesn't just think. It feels its way into new timelines. You must train your body to feel emotions that aren't triggered by external events, but chosen from within. Gratitude before the outcome. Peace in the midst of uncertainty. Power without domination. These are the emotional codes of the higher self. Step 6. Embody, don't explain. The higher self doesn't try to convince anyone of its transformation. It lives it, and that living becomes the message. It doesn't seek proof. It becomes proof. Your goal is not to explain the shift. It's to radiate it, From posture, to presence, to energy. The embodiment speaks louder than any words. Step 7. Understand that reality responds to identity, not desire. Your higher self doesn't desire healing. It is already whole. It doesn't desire freedom. It radiates freedom. When you continue to operate from desire, you reinforce the frequency of lack. When you operate from identity, you collapse the gap. You stop chasing. You start aligning. And alignment activates access. So how do you maintain that access? You become ruthless about your energy. You stop entertaining frequencies that don't match your truth. You release identities that served your past, but cannot hold your future. You treat misalignment not as failure, but as feedback. You don't argue with it. You adjust. The higher self doesn't need conditions to be right. It makes the internal condition right, and then the field mirrors it. Your job is not to manipulate reality. Your job is to become magnetic to the version of reality that already belongs to you, and that requires nothing external, just resonance. Your higher self is not a goal. It's the baseline. It's not special. It's natural. It's who you are when the interference drops, when fear isn't running the controls, when shame isn't writing the script, when programming is no longer posing as truth. It's you uncloaked. This is your return, not to something new, to something original, to the signal you've always known, but forgot how to feel. The energy that speaks not in volume, but in undeniable clarity. The you that knows, and no longer asks permission to be. Next, we explore that inner intelligence you've always sensed, but ignored. The part of you that doesn't need logic, only trust. It's been guiding you all along. Now it's time to let it lead. You've sensed it, not as a voice but as a pull, not as logic but as a knowing. That subtle intelligence that whispers when the world screams. You've dismissed it as imagination, gut instinct, or coincidence. But it's none of those things. It's real, it's precise, and it's always been there. Call it intuition, call it inner guidance, call it your energetic compass. But know this, it's not soft, vague, or woo. It's a functional intelligence system built into your consciousness. An advanced pattern recognition system that operates faster than thought. And you've been trained to ignore it. School didn't teach you to trust your instincts. It taught you to memorize facts. Society didn't reward your inner sense. It rewarded conformity. Even spiritual circles sometimes made intuition seem mystical, not mechanical. But it's mechanical. It operates by vibration, resonance, and coherence. It receives information from the quantum field before your mind ever analyzes it. This inner intelligence doesn't shout. It signals, comes as a body cue. A tension, a release, a spark of clarity. It comes as a pattern you notice for no reason. It comes as a yes that makes no sense but won't go away. Or a no that your logic argues with but your soul can't override. This is not mood. It's message. You were born fluent in this language. As a child, you knew when something felt off. You didn't need reasons, you felt the signal. But over time, you were told not to trust that. You were taught to explain, justify, and suppress. So you traded inner intelligence for approval, and lost your compass. Now it's time to recover it, because no external source can replace what your inner intelligence already knows. Not books, not mentors, not even this script. All of that is just a pointer. The real guidance comes from within you. Here's how to reconnect. Step 1. Create internal silence. Inner intelligence doesn't compete with noise. It's accessed in the stillness, when the mind quiets and awareness expands. This doesn't require hours of meditation. It requires honesty. Where are you creating mental clutter to avoid hearing what's already clear? What truth have you buried under overthinking? Silence is the first access point. Step 2. Train the body to listen. Your body is not separate from your consciousness. It's a sensor. It picks up energy faster than your thoughts can process it. That tightness in your gut, the lift in your chest, the calm in your heart, these are signals. Stop labeling them as just emotions. Start asking, what is this sensation pointing me toward? The body doesn't lie. It broadcasts what the conscious mind resists. Step 3. Stop outsourcing certainty. Inner intelligence weakens every time you defer to someone else's truth over your own. When you stop trusting your instincts because they don't match what a guru, parent, or expert says, you dilute your signal. Remember, nobody lives in your frequency field but you. You are the only one tuned to your specific reality channel. What works for them may not apply to your timeline. Listen to input, sure, but let your final answer come from within. Step 4. Decode the patterns. Your life is not random. The signs, synchronicities, and repetitions you keep seeing, those are messages. Your dreams, your triggers, your recurring themes. They're not distractions. They're data. The field is talking. Are you listening? Pattern recognition isn't mystical. It's neural and energetic. Your subconscious picks up the signal and loops it until you acknowledge the lesson. Until you respond. That's your inner intelligence asking for alignment. Step 5. Trust speed over certainty. Inner intelligence often moves faster than logic can keep up with. It'll tell you to leave before you know why. Say yes before you have the plan. Walk away while your ego begs to stay. This isn't recklessness. It's rapid resonance detection. Your mind is built for safety. Your inner intelligence is built for truth. And truth doesn't wait for permission. It moves when it's clear. Step 6. Practice microchoices. Rebuilding trust with your inner compass doesn't happen through one giant leap. It happens in the tiny moments. Pause before a decision. Scan your body. Feel the energy. Ask, what feels clear? What feels closed? Then choose based on the answer, not fear, habit, or expectation. Every time you do this, your system calibrates. The signal gets louder. The noise gets quieter. The knowing gets stronger. Here's the real power. Once you live from inner intelligence, reality starts responding faster. You're no longer sending scrambled signals into the field. You're broadcasting clarity. And clarity collapses timelines. You meet the right people. You say the right words. You show up at the right moment without planning it. This isn't luck. It's alignment. Your inner intelligence guides you to the timeline that's already yours. But beware, your logical mind will resist. It wants a map, not a message. A reason, not a resonance. Don't argue with it. Just acknowledge it and keep choosing what feels true. Over time, the logic will catch up. But the knowing doesn't need it. You've had this power all along. You've heard it before. That moment you felt a decision in your bones before your brain agreed. That nudge that protected you. That whisper that guided you towards something that didn't make sense but changed everything. That was it. And now it's time to live by it, not just recognize it after the fact. Next, we stop identifying with the broken version of ourselves and start crafting identity from intention, not trauma. Reality doesn't respond to healing alone. It responds to the frequency of who you choose to be. The version of you you're living right now isn't the real you. It's the result of programming beliefs you didn't choose, patterns you inherited, and timelines you unconsciously agreed to. You weren't born with this identity. You downloaded it. But the truth is this: identity is not fixed. It's an energetic structure, and you can rebuild it consciously, deliberately, and quantumly. You are not here to endlessly heal your past self. You're here to design from your chosen self. There's a big difference. Healing is useful, but only when it's not keeping you locked in the belief that something about you is fundamentally broken. You are not broken. You are broadcasting, and what you broadcast is what the quantum field mirrors back. Your identity is the blueprint the field responds to. Change the blueprint and you change everything. Quantum identity design isn't about affirmations or pretending to be someone else. It's about aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with the frequency of the version of you who already lives your desired reality. That version exists, not metaphorically, in the field. Quantum physics confirms that all possibilities already exist as probability waves. You're not creating a new identity from scratch. You're tuning to one that's already real. Step 1. Identify the identity loop you've been stuck in. Most people live in identity loops formed early in life. The not enough loop, the I must prove myself loop, the if I stay small, I'll be safe loop. These are energetic scripts, formed by repeated emotions and reinforced by behavior. Your job isn't to argue with the loop. It's to stop feeding it. Every time you think in alignment with the old identity, you strengthen it. But when you choose a new thought that doesn't match the old version, you collapse that loop's momentum. Step 2. Choose your frequency identity. Don't pick based on who you want to be. Pick based on the version of you who already lives the life you're calling in. What beliefs does that you hold? How do they handle conflict? What are their standards? What do they refuse to tolerate? How do they feel consistently? Your new identity must be defined not by surface traits, but by emotional frequency, confidence, clarity, peace, creative power. Those are your real building blocks. Step 3. Install the new pattern through repetition, not force. You don't overwrite the old identity in one moment. You rewire it through repeated congruence. The key isn't how perfectly you match the new you, it's how consistently you return to it. Start small. When a challenge shows up, pause. Ask, how would my chosen self respond? And then respond from there. Each time you do, you create micro-evidence. That evidence builds momentum, and momentum makes the new identity feel natural. Step 4. Detach from proof-based thinking. If you're waiting for your reality to reflect the new identity before you commit to it, you'll never shift. The quantum field doesn't respond to your conditions. It responds to your conviction. Be before it shows. Feel it before it manifests. Decide before it confirms. That's quantum identity design. You shift first, and the universe mirrors second. Step 5. Regulate your nervous system to match your new baseline. Your body is used to the energy of your old identity. So when you start showing up differently, expect resistance, not just from the world, but from your own physiology. The mind says, we're becoming powerful. The body says, this isn't safe. Don't panic. Just breathe. Train your nervous system to feel safe in your new frequency. That's the real work. Holding peace when you're used to stress. Holding confidence when you're used to shrinking. That's how you anchor a new identity into your biology. Step 6. Normalize expansion. The old self saw growth as the exception. The new self sees it as the default. You must stop treating abundance, clarity, and ease like rare gifts. They are your baseline if you declare them so. This isn't arrogance. It's resonance. Your new identity isn't lucky. It's aligned. Step 7. Release the addiction to healing loops. Some identities are built entirely around working on yourself. They stay in therapy mode, shadow mode, unpacking mode. But healing isn't the goal. Integration is. You're allowed to be whole. You're allowed to move forward without excavating every trauma. When your identity no longer requires brokenness as a badge, your frequency becomes magnetic. The universe stops delivering mirrors of your wounds and starts responding to your wholeness. Step 8. Declare your energetic non-negotiables. Who you choose to be must come with boundaries. Not just with people, but with thoughts, environments, and actions that pull you back into old frequencies. If you're becoming someone powerful, you must stop allowing access to anything that contradicts that frequency. That includes the thoughts you let loop, the content you consume, and the stories you tell yourself. You don't need to fight the old self. Just stop feeding it. Step 9. Live now, not later. The biggest trap of identity work is someday. Someday I'll be confident. Someday I'll be peaceful. Someday I'll embody my higher self. That day is always now. Quantum identity design only works when it becomes a lived reality, not a future hope. Even if it's small. Even if you only hold the frequency for a few minutes. Live it now. Time bends for those who refuse to delay alignment. Your new identity isn't waiting to be created. It's waiting to be claimed. Stop asking if you're worthy of it. Start acting like it's already true. and the quantum field will have no choice but to agree. Next, we'll move into the mechanics of true energetic healing, not through medicine, but by understanding the vibrational code of your body itself. The transformation isn't external. It's frequency. Your body is not a machine. It's a frequency field. What you think of as flesh, bone, and blood is energy, coherent, vibrating, responsive energy. And that energy is either in alignment or in distortion, not by accident, but by signal. Modern biology gave you a partial truth. It told you that you are a collection of cells, organs, and systems. It mapped your DNA, diagnosed your symptoms, and prescribed its protocols. But it left out the most essential part. Your body listens to the energetic language of your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, and it responds in real time. Quantum healing isn't magic. It's physics. When you change the vibrational input, you change the physical output. Every thought is an electrical signal. Every emotion is a magnetic wave. Together, they create a field around your body, a biofield. That biofield is not passive. It's an operating system. It tells your cells what to do, how to regenerate, how to defend, how to communicate. When that field is scrambled by fear, shame, or unresolved trauma, your body stops trusting itself. Healing slows. Symptoms emerge. Chronic issues persist. Not as punishment, but as feedback. Your body is always trying to return you to coherence. Here's the first truth you must accept. You are not at war with your body. You are miscommunicating with it. And the moment you realign your signal, healing accelerates. Not just emotionally, physically. Step 1. Stop labeling your symptoms as enemies. Pain is a messenger. Illness is a flag. Fatigue is a recalibration signal. When you attack symptoms without decoding them, you shut down your body's intelligence. Start asking, what is this energy trying to tell me? Where is there misalignment between who I'm being and what my body is carrying? Symptoms don't appear to punish you. They appear to alert you, to redirect you, to realign you. Step 2. Change your internal broadcast. Your cells are listening. Every time you repeat the narrative, I'm sick, I'm broken, I have this diagnosis, you reinforce that frequency. This doesn't mean denial. It means conscious transmission. Speak to your body as an intelligent partner, not a problem. I hear you. I'm listening now. I trust your wisdom. I choose coherence. These aren't mantras. They're frequency codes. Your cells respond not to the words, but to the emotion behind them. Step 3. Release stored emotional charges. Every unresolved emotional experience leaves a vibrational imprint in the body. Not metaphorically, energetically. That heartbreak from years ago, stored in the chest. That childhood rejection, still echoing in the gut. You don't need to relive the story. You need to release the energy. This happens through coherence practices. Breathwork, sound, somatic movement, stillness, expression. Not to fix you, to restore signal flow. When energy moves freely, biology responds. Step 4. Align your environment to your healing frequency. You cannot create coherence in a field filled with dissonance. Look around you. Do your relationships support your vitality or drain it? Does your space feel light or heavy? Does your media consumption reinforce stress or safety? Your body doesn't just respond to inner input. It mirrors your external ecosystem. Clean it up. Protect your signal. Your healing is sacred. Guard it accordingly. Step 5. Stop outsourcing your authority to systems that don't understand energy. You can respect medicine without surrendering to its limits. Medical science sees the body as a machine. Quantum awareness sees it as a transmitter. Combine both, and you empower your healing. But never forget, no diagnosis is more powerful than belief. Your belief creates the template that cells replicate into. Belief isn't placebo. It's programming. Program wisely. Step 6. Activate the healing state on demand. There is a measurable state in the body where healing accelerates. It's called coherence. Your heart rate stabilizes, your breath slows, your brain waves shift, and your body enters its repair mode. This is not theory, it's physiology. You can enter this state through heart-focused breathing, a gratitude practices, emotional release, a visualization of wholeness, intention paired with feeling. You've done it before, accidentally. Now do it deliberately. Coherence is not rare. It's natural. Step 7. Remember that timelines affect the body too. If you're living from a timeline based in stress, survival, and past identity, your body reflects that. If you choose a timeline where you are already healed, empowered, and whole, your body adapts. Quantum healing means you don't heal your body in the future. You become the version of you who is already in health now. Not by pretending, by aligning. Your body responds to energetic commands. The more clarity, consistency, and emotional charge your intention holds, the faster your biology reorganizes. You are not waiting for a miracle. You are the miracle, a living, sensing, responding field of intelligence. Your body doesn't need to be controlled. It needs to be trusted. It knows how to heal. When your mind stops fighting, your emotions start aligning, and your environment supports it. Healing becomes natural again. This is not about rejecting science. It's about expanding it. You are more than biology. You are energy encoded with awareness. The quantum field isn't some esoteric realm outside of you. It is you. It is your nature. Next, we'll look at why trying hard to change your life often backfires and how energetic alignment, not force, is the real access point to effortless transformation. Trying hard is a trap. Not because effort is wrong, but because it's often misdirected, especially when you're dealing with energy. In the quantum realm, intention beats intensity. Alignment overrides force, and results come not from pushing, but from attuning. Most people were taught that success is a function of how hard you try. Push harder, work more, grind through it. But when it comes to shaping reality, the universe doesn't respond to effort, it responds to energy. And energy doesn't lie. You can say all the right affirmations, visualize every day, and hustle constantly. But if the dominant frequency underneath is fear, doubt, or unworthiness, that's what you're actually broadcasting. And the field listens to the broadcast, not the words. This is why forcing your way into a new timeline rarely works. Because effort that comes from misalignment carries resistance. It says, I'm trying to create this because I don't believe I already have access to it. It says, I must earn this because I don't believe I'm enough yet. It says, this outcome completes me because I feel incomplete. The field doesn't reward struggle. It reflects signal. And your signal comes from your state, not your script. Alignment is not passive. It's powerful. Alignment means you're congruent across thought, feeling, intention, and action. It means there's no inner war between what you want and what you believe you deserve. It means the you who's asking for something and the you who's receiving it are the same person. That is what collapses timelines. That is what accelerates manifestation. That is what opens portals of synchronicity. So how do you stop forcing and start aligning? It begins with recognizing the energy of trying. Trying feels tight, feels anxious. It feels desperate for a result to validate your effort. Alignment feels clean, feels calm. It feels like certainty without needing external confirmation. When you're aligned, action flows. You don't have to hype yourself into it. You don't have to pretend you're confident. You are already operating from the version of you who lives the result. Step 1. Ask yourself, what frequency is driving my action right now? Not what you're doing, but why you're doing it. Are you meditating because you love the clarity it brings? Or because you fear what happens if you don't? Are you setting goals from inspiration? Or because you're scared of staying the same? Energy doesn't hide. It's either clean or it's distorted. Be honest with yourself and recalibrate the motive. Step 2. Stop outsourcing your sense of enoughness to outcomes. When your inner state depends on external progress, you're always in a state of energetic dependence. And dependency scrambles your signal. You don't manifest abundance from lack. You don't create love from loneliness. You don't attract peace from urgency. You must first become the energetic state of what you're calling in. Then reality aligns itself accordingly. Step 3. Shift your relationship with action. Most people think of action as the driver of change. But in quantum alignment, action is not the cause, it's the confirmation. Aligned action says, I am already in this reality. This is how I behave here. It doesn't strive. It expresses. It doesn't chase. It reveals. You don't act to make it happen. You act because it's already happening. The energy is different and the results are too. Step 4. Feel it before you force it. Before taking a step, pause. Check your state. Are you grounded, clear, resonant with the version of you who already lives the outcome? If not, wait. Tune. Breathe into coherence. Invite alignment. Then move. This is not laziness. This is energetic intelligence. Action taken from alignment is exponential. Carries more weight, more impact, more precision. You do less but receive more. Step 5. Stop making misalignment a problem. You won't be in perfect energy all the time, but you don't need to be. You only need to recognize when you've drifted. And return. Every time you notice yourself forcing, pushing, or spiraling, pause. Don't judge. Don't panic. Just realign. Say, this doesn't match who I choose to be. Then breathe into the new frequency. One aligned thought is stronger than 1,000 frantic ones. One aligned breath can collapse an entire day of resistance. This is the power of frequency over force. Step 6. Let your desires expand you, not torment you. So many people ask for things and then suffer because they don't have them yet. This is reverse manifestation. Puts you in a state of lack. Desire isn't meant to hurt. It's meant to elevate, to expand your identity, to summon new frequencies from within you. You're not waiting to receive. You're training to receive. Let that process be graceful. Let it be sovereign. Let it be enough. Alignment is not about perfection. It's about coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, and energy are coherent, you become magnetic. Not because you're trying harder than others, but because you're vibrating clearer than ever before. And the field always returns what matches the clearest signal. So stop forcing reality. Stop chasing outcomes. Stop sacrificing your inner state for outer validation. The results will come, but not through pressure, through precision. Energetic alignment is the shortcut you've been overlooking. It's quieter than the grind, but it's exponentially more powerful. Next, we'll explore how even one single belief, buried deep in the subconscious, can block entire timelines from arriving, and how to finally clear that vibrational interference for good. There's a command running your life, and you didn't give it, not consciously. It was installed in the background, a long time ago, and ever since, it's been shaping what you see, what you feel, what you attract, and what you can't seem to change. This command is not a thought. It's not a memory. It's not even a belief you can easily recognize. It's deeper than that. It's vibrational. It lives in the body. It loops in the nervous system. It whispers through emotion. It echoes through identity. And until you interrupt it, it repeats. That's why patterns keep circling back. Not because you're cursed, not because you're broken, but because your subconscious is broadcasting a signal you've never questioned. The vibrational reboot begins with awareness. Start here. What keeps showing up in your life, despite your efforts? What emotions feel inescapable no matter how much mindset work you do? What outcomes seem permanently just out of reach? These are not coincidences. They are signatures, clues pointing to the root frequency still running in your field. Your outer world is patterned from your inner code, and that code can be changed. The subconscious command is not a sentence. It's a sensation. It may sound like, I'm not safe, I don't matter, or I'll always be alone. But what actually programs your reality is the vibration beneath those phrases. It's the energy of powerlessness, of shame, of unworthiness. of fear, of rejection. These are not thoughts to debate. They are frequencies to transmute. Until you change the feeling behind the belief, the pattern stays active. So how do you locate the original command? You reverse engineer the glitch. Go to the moment you feel blocked. Feel it. Let it speak. Ask, what does this sensation believe is true about me? Stay still. The subconscious always answers. Maybe not in words. Maybe as a wave. Picture. A memory. A tightness in your chest. Trust it. This is your vibrational signal revealing itself. Once you've found it, don't argue with it. Validate it. Meet it with compassion. That command wasn't created to hurt you. It was a survival adaptation. At some point, you made an energetic agreement to protect yourself. You accepted a false identity so you could stay safe. Now you're waking up, and the agreement has expired. The reboot doesn't happen through logic. It happens through release. You must remove the charge from the pattern. Here's how. Breathe into the sensation. Not the story, the energy. Let your body show you where it lives. Witness it without resistance. Say to yourself, this is not me. It's a program. Keep breathing. Keep observing. Interrupt the loop. You do this by shifting states. Stand. Shake. Speak. Move. Disrupt the nervous system's pattern of contraction. Install a new command. Not as an affirmation, but as a feeling. What would the opposite vibration feel like? Safety, power, worthiness, love. Embody it. Amplify it. Let your field absorb it. This is not a one-time process. It's a practice. Each time the old command surfaces, you override it with alignment. Not by fighting it, by replacing it. The subconscious doesn't respond to demands. It responds to resonance. You can't tell it what to believe. You have to become what it believes. It trusts vibration over vocabulary. It listens to emotion, not argument. This is why repeating affirmations without embodiment rarely works. You must feel the shift, not just say the shift. A vibrational reboot is also about permission. You have to give yourself permission to stop carrying the frequency that once kept you safe. Many people unconsciously hold on to pain because it became part of their identity. Letting go can feel like losing a part of yourself. But it's not a loss. It's a return. You're not erasing your history. You're reactivating your truth. It's also important to acknowledge that the field you live in, your home, your relationships, your inputs, either reinforces the old code or supports the new one. Audit it. Ask, what in my environment reflects the frequency I'm leaving behind? Then ask, what in my environment is coded to support where I'm going? You can't fully reboot if your space keeps loading the same script. Energy is contagious, and your surroundings are either medicine or noise. Don't confuse familiar pain for truth. Your nervous system may be wired to expect rejection, abandonment, or disappointment. That doesn't mean those things are real now. It just means the command is still broadcasting. The moment you feel something new, love, calm, connection, the command will try to reject it because it doesn't match the old script. Your job is to stay, to hold the new frequency, to let your body learn it's safe to receive something better. The reboot becomes permanent when the nervous system adapts to the new signal. That happens through repetition, yes, but more importantly, it happens through trust. You must trust the new signal long enough for the field to reflect it. This is where most people fall off. They retreat to the old frequency because it's what they've always known. But if you can stay present, even in the discomfort, your system will recalibrate. Your mind will stop defending the pattern. Your field will soften, and your timeline will shift. Every block timeline is a result of an unchallenged command. You don't need to analyze the past for years. You don't need to fix what happened. You only need to interrupt the signal you've been unknowingly amplifying. The moment you change the vibration, the code dissolves, and a new trajectory becomes available. Next, we'll explore how one of the most powerful energetic centers in your body, your heart, is actually the key to syncing with quantum flow, and why coherence here unlocks everything. There's an intelligence inside you that doesn't think, it knows, it doesn't analyze, It doesn't argue. It doesn't loop through fear-based logic. It simply resonates. This intelligence is not in your head. It's in your chest, and its signal is stronger than your mind's by magnitudes. Your heart is not just an organ. It's an energetic transmitter, broadcasting information through your entire body and into the quantum field. It's your most powerful access point into coherence, alignment, and accelerated manifestation. Heart coherence is not poetry. It's not metaphor. It's measurable. Science has already confirmed that the heart produces an electromagnetic field up to 60 times more powerful than the brain's, and it can extend several feet beyond your body. When you're in emotional alignment, when your thoughts and feelings are synchronized, this field becomes coherent. And when your field is coherent, it becomes magnetic. It syncs with the quantum field. It influences outcomes. It alters timelines. When your heart is incoherent, reality feels like resistance. You keep trying. You keep intending. You keep visualizing. And nothing moves. Because no matter what you're thinking, your dominant feeling is broadcasting contradiction. Your heart says, I'm afraid. Your mind says, I want this. Your body says, I don't trust it. That's static. And static can't create. Coherence means your mind, heart, and energy are vibrating in unison. It's the difference between noise and harmony, between friction and flow, between intention and actual creation. So how do you access this portal? It begins with emotional responsibility. You must stop outsourcing your internal state to the outside world. You must take authority over your vibration, not in theory, but in practice. And the fastest way to do that is through the heart, because the heart bypasses thought, tunes directly into frequency. Here's how to begin. Bring your attention to your heart, not your chest, your actual heart space. Place your hand there if needed. Slow your breathing. Inhale for 5 counts. Exhale for 5 counts. Keep it gentle. Keep it rhythmic. Activate a regenerative emotion. Gratitude, appreciation, love, compassion. Don't just think it, feel it. Even if you need to recall a memory to access it. Sustain the feeling. Breathe with it. Let it expand through your chest. Let it radiate. Let it become your new baseline. This is heart coherence. You've just tuned your field, and the field around you will respond. The heart doesn't need detailed plans. It doesn't need step-by-step logic. It responds to purity. It responds to frequency. When you create from a coherent heart, your actions are infused with clarity. Your decisions are cleaner. Your direction is obvious. Your intuition gets louder. Because coherence isn't just an emotional state, it's a navigation system. It tells you when something resonates and when it doesn't. No justification needed. You just know. Here's what makes this so critical. You can't sustain a new timeline with an incoherent field. Even if you manifest something, money, opportunity, a relationship, if your heart is out of alignment, it won't last. Because you can't hold what you're not energetically matched to. You must become the vibration of what you want. And the quickest way to do that is to activate it through the heart, not by thinking about the result, by embodying the emotional signature of already having it. This is the key most miss. They think manifestation is a mind game. It's not. It's a coherence game. The more time you spend in heart coherence, the more magnetic you become. Not just to people, but to synchronicity, insight, and accelerated outcomes. You shift into the quantum flow state, where time bends, ideas rush in, problems dissolve before they manifest. You don't chase life, you tune into it, and life responds not out of obligation, but resonance. This is why your old programming is so resistant to coherence. Because coherence is freedom. It breaks the loops. It overrides fear. It disrupts the identity of struggle. Your ego will try to distract you. It will tell you coherence is too soft, too slow, too idealistic. But that's a lie. There's nothing more potent than an aligned field. A coherent signal is precise, and precision creates powerfully, not eventually, instantly. Here's what happens when you live from this state. Conversations shift. Ideas arrive out of nowhere. Timing becomes flawless. Opportunities emerge that you never planned. And you realize, this is not luck. This is not coincidence. This is you, finally matching the version of reality that was always waiting for your coherence. Don't mistake simplicity for weakness. This practice may seem easy, but few will sustain it, because coherence requires presence, and presence requires sovereignty. No one can do this for you. You must choose it. You must feel it. You must prioritize it. Every single day, especially when it's hardest. Especially when the old frequency begs for your attention. Especially when you think it's not working. That's when the shift is happening. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you're aligned with. You don't receive because you try harder. You receive because you tune cleaner. Heart coherence isn't a technique. It's a lifestyle. It's how your highest self lives. Not reactive. Not needy. Not proving. Just aligned. Next, we'll explore how your most intense emotional triggers, the ones you've been avoiding, actually contain the blueprint to your most powerful transformations, and how to transmute them into new timelines. Every trigger you experience is an invitation. Not to explode, not to suppress, not to bypass, but to transmute. That charge, the surge in your chest, the knot in your gut, the heat behind your eyes, is not a sign that something's wrong. It's a signal, portal, and if you know how to respond to it, it becomes your greatest tool for transformation. Here's what most people never realize. Triggers aren't obstacles. They're messengers. Each emotional reaction is a coded frequency, a reflection of an unconscious belief you didn't know you were still carrying. That sharp irritation, it's not about the person. That wave of grief is not just about the past. That sting of rejection is not about what was said. They're all mirrors. They show you where your field is still broadcasting a distorted signal. And until you alchemize that signal, it runs your timeline. So what is emotional alchemy? It's the ability to take a raw emotional experience and recode it into a higher frequency. Not by suppressing it, not by labeling it negative, not by pretending it doesn't hurt, but by feeling it fully and transforming its essence. Just like a blacksmith turns raw metal into a blade, emotional alchemy turns unconscious pain into conscious power. Here's the truth that changes everything. Your biggest emotional reactions mark the edge of your current identity. They are the borders of the self you've been living as. When you're triggered, it's not a random response. It's your system defending the limits of who you believe you are. If abandonment triggers you, your identity may still be wrapped around being not chosen. If betrayal enrages you, you may still carry the frequency of I can't trust. If rejection crushes you, you may unconsciously believe I'm not worthy. So when these moments hit, they're not breakdowns. They're activation points. You've hit a seam in your timeline, a place where a loop can end or repeat. To turn a trigger into a timeline shift, you must first stay conscious. That means don't numb out. Don't run away. Don't default to your practiced emotional escape. Instead, pause, breathe, say out loud, this is a program trying to replay, but I can choose differently. Now ask yourself, what is this emotion showing me? What belief is being exposed here? What version of me is still expecting this pain? You're not trying to fix the feeling. You're mining it. You're extracting its data. Next comes the alchemy. Feel the raw emotion without collapsing into it. Witness it like a frequency, energy moving through your field. Don't judge it. Don't name it. Just breathe it. Let it rise. Let it peak. Let it pass. And now, here's the power move. Choose the frequency you want instead. Say, I now choose to install the frequency of trust, safety, wholeness, worthiness, sovereignty. Hold that feeling. Amplify it. Anchor it in your body. That is the moment you shift timelines. Not by solving the trigger, but by responding from a new identity. This is how timelines collapse. When you refuse to let your nervous system default to the same emotional script. when you override the chemical reaction with conscious energy. When you choose to feel something different, regardless of what the situation deserves. This isn't repression. It's leadership. Energetic leadership over your own field. Here's what happens when you master this. Old arguments lose their heat. Familiar pain loses its grip. You stop attracting the same people and problems. You stop reenacting the same dynamics because the charge is gone. You're no longer magnetized to the pain pattern because the signal has been rewritten. Now be warned, your ego will resist this. It will want to be right. It will want to be validated. It will want revenge, justice, or closure. But emotional alchemy doesn't need any of that. It needs your presence, your breath, your willingness to become the version of you who doesn't live in that loop anymore. This is not weakness. It's frequency dominance. You're taking command of your energetic field, not just reacting to the field around you. Sometimes, a single alchemized emotion is enough to open an entirely new reality. You don't need to change your whole personality. You just need to neutralize the loop. You don't need a long healing process. You need a single moment of empowered presence. It only takes one aligned breath, one conscious feeling, one frequency upgrade, and the next chapter of your life begins. The emotional body is your quantum interface, communicates with the field faster than your thoughts. And the clearer your emotional signal, the cleaner your manifestation. Because emotion doesn't just react, it commands. It tells the quantum what timeline to materialize. And the timeline doesn't respond to your wants. It responds to your energetic signature. So every time you alchemize a trigger, you're not just healing. You're creating. You're forging new paths in the quantum fabric. You're building new futures with every coherent heartbeat. Let this become your practice. When the old emotion rises, smile. You've been given a key, not a punishment, not a setback. A key. The loop showed itself, which means you now have the opportunity to collapse it. You now have the chance to step into the frequency of the version of you who's not controlled by that pattern anymore. That's emotional alchemy. That's quantum mastery. Next, we move into the final phase, how to live as a fully activated quantum being in daily life, not through philosophy but through conscious practice and energetic consistency. Starting with what your reality is really broadcasting right now. Everything in your life right now, every relationship, every pattern, every opportunity or lack thereof, is not random. It's not fate. It's not karma. It's not chance. It's a signal, a direct mirror of the frequency you're broadcasting into the quantum field. And the field is not judging. It's not filtering. It's not withholding. It's responding with mathematical precision. You are not waiting for life to change. Life is waiting for you to tune differently. Let's strip away the fluff. You've heard that thoughts create reality. You've heard about mindset, vibration, energy. But here's the blunt truth. It's not what you think that creates outcomes. It's what you signal. And your signal is not determined by your goals, your affirmations, or your vision board. Your signal is determined by your identity, your moment-to-moment embodiment of what you believe to be true. Not consciously, subconsciously, your field broadcasts the real you. Not the you perform, not the you post online, not the you hope to become, but the you feel deeply and consistently to be true. That's the signal, and that's what reality reflects. So ask yourself, what does your current life say about your signal? Does it show safety or chaos, clarity or confusion, deservability or self-doubt, flow or force? Every result is an echo. Every pattern is feedback. And if you can stop personalizing that feedback, you can start using it. Because feedback isn't punishment. It's calibration. It's the field saying, here's what you're aligned with. Want to shift? There are 3 core elements that make up your broadcast signal. Emotional setpoint, your dominant feelings, especially those you return to without trying. Are they based in lack or wholeness? Energetic identity, the unconscious stories you live inside. Are you someone who struggles or someone who creates with ease? Frequency consistency, the stability of your vibration. Are you fluctuating based on circumstance or grounded in alignment? These are not abstract concepts. They are readable frequencies, and the quantum field receives them like a GPS system. It doesn't deliver what you ask for. It delivers what your signal says you are. So how do you shift the signal? Not through force, not through desperate effort, but through embodiment. You must become the version of yourself who already lives the reality you want. Not just mentally, energetically. Feel it, walk it, respond like it, choose like it. This isn't about pretending. It's about aligning your field so cleanly with a new frequency that the quantum has no choice but to synchronize with it. Because that's how the field works. It doesn't give you what you deserve. It gives you what you broadcast. Now here's where people get stuck. They change the surface, behavior, language, appearance, but they never shift the core signal. So life doesn't move. Why? Because your signal isn't about how things look. It's about how things resonate. You can say you believe you're worthy all day long. But if your body is holding shame, your signal says, I don't deserve. And that's what the field hears. Until you rewrite the energetic root, you'll keep broadcasting contradiction. And contradiction creates static. Static delays manifestations. Static attracts chaos. Static distorts intuition. So the real work, clear the static. Clean the signal. Try this. Pause. Tune into your body right now. Scan your inner state. Ask, what frequency am I broadcasting? Don't guess. Feel it. Is it fear, scarcity, control, or is it presence? Sufficiency? Power? Be brutally honest. Because when you can name your current signal, you can begin to change it. And the moment you change it, the field responds. Always. One of the most powerful quantum practices you can adopt is this. Throughout your day, pause and ask, what am I broadcasting right now? Do it during mundane tasks. Do it before conversations. Do it when you feel triggered. Because every moment is a signal. And every signal reinforces a timeline. The question is, which timeline are you reinforcing? The one where you're a victim of patterns? Or the one where you're a sovereign signaler of experience? That choice is always yours. Not once, but constantly. When you become aware of your broadcast, everything accelerates. You no longer chase alignment, you become it. You no longer try to attract things, you magnetize them. And the need to force disappears. Because the field doesn't resist alignment. It moves with it, instantly. Your life is not a static structure. It's a fluid signal field. And every emotion, thought, belief, and expectation you carry either reinforces the old signal or codes a new one. You're not waiting for the universe to decide. You're training the universe how to respond to you every single day, through every single signal. So here's the challenge. Stop outsourcing your alignment to results. Stop waiting for the proof before you shift your state. Flip the script. Start broadcasting the frequency of the outcome before it arrives. Not because you're faking it, but because you understand how creation works. You shift the signal first. Reality echoes next. Next, we'll explore the quantum nature of choice and reveal why you've never actually been stuck, even in your hardest moments. Because every moment contains infinite doors. Feeling stuck is not a fact. It's a frequency, a tight, looping broadcast that tricks you into believing your options are gone. Your path is fixed. Your circumstances are stronger than your will. But that stuckness? It's not the truth. It's just a signal, one you've been unknowingly amplifying. You were never stuck. You were just aligned with a limited perception of choice. And perception can change fast. Let's get one thing straight. Your external life does not define your freedom. Your alignment does. And alignment begins at the level of choice. Not the choices you see. The choices you've forgotten exist. Because choice is a quantum phenomenon. In every moment, an infinite range of timelines is available. Some look just like the one you're on. Some diverge slightly. And some explode in directions you can't even conceive yet. And what determines which one materializes? Not your goals. Not your affirmations. not even your effort, but your felt state of possibility. If you feel cornered, the field echoes that constriction. If you feel liberated, the field multiplies that openness. This is the quantum truth. There's a timeline where you've already made the bold choice, where you're not wondering, hesitating, or circling the same thoughts. You're just living it, not with bravado, but with deep certainty. And certainty is not bravado. It's coherence. It's internal congruence. You don't need to feel confident to choose. You just need to stop betraying what you already know is possible. That's where movement begins. The world won't give you a green light, because the quantum field isn't linear. There's no perfect moment, no golden opportunity you must wait for. There's only now. Now is the portal. Now is the power. Now is where all timelines converge, and where one choice begins to split the path. And it can start this second. Right here, you can decide, I no longer identify as stuck. I am not this loop. I am not this limitation. I choose the reality where I remember my power, own my signal, and act from truth. Speak it, feel it, broadcast it, because life is not deciding for you. It's tuning to you, and choice is not the end of struggle. It's the exit ramp from it. Every new frequency begins with the choice to stop repeating the old one. And that's where you are right now, standing not at a dead end, but at an infinite threshold, waiting only for your signal, waiting only for your choice. Next, we go even deeper into that transformation. When the outside world no longer defines your state, a new power emerges within you. A power to create not from reaction but pure alignment. Let's explore that next. You've been living reactively for far too long. Reacting to circumstances, reacting to others, reacting to your own fears and insecurities. But the truth is simple. The outside world is not the cause of your reality. It's the echo. An echo of the frequency you're broadcasting from the inside. Your external life is a mirror, but mirrors don't create. They only reflect. The real creation starts within. Living from the inside out means shifting your focus. From, what is happening to me, to what am I creating from within me? This is a fundamental quantum shift. Because when you create from reaction, you feed loops. When you create from intention, you design futures. Your mind is a powerful tool, but your energy field is the real architect. Thoughts are sparks. Energy is the flame. You can have the brightest idea, and if your energy doesn't match it, nothing changes. On the other hand, when your energy is aligned with your vision, your thoughts become unstoppable commands. The field listens to the whole signal. Not just words, not just plans, but feeling, momentum, and coherence. So how do you stop reacting? Step 1, pause. Every reaction is a shortcut. Your brain jumps to old patterns because it's comfortable. It doesn't want to process new information. But you do. You want to create. So when you feel triggered, stop. Breathe. Recognize the impulse to react. Create a space. Then respond from choice. Step 2. Reclaim your authority. Your reality is not happening to you. It's happening through you. You are the conductor of your internal orchestra. When you let others dictate your emotional tempo, you lose control of the music. But when you choose your inner rhythm, you create harmony. And harmony resonates outward. Step 3. Shift your identity from victim to creator. Victimhood is a frequency. It broadcasts helplessness, limitation, and reactivity. Creatorhood is a frequency. It broadcasts sovereignty, possibility, and initiative. You don't have to deny your pain. You just have to stop living there. Start identifying as the one who chooses the story, even when circumstances say otherwise. Step 4. Cultivate presence. Presence is the quantum power that anchors you in your creative field. When you are fully present, you observe without judgment. You feel without resistance. You choose without hesitation. Presence breaks the loops of reaction. It gives you access to a higher timeline. Step 5. Create from alignment, not pressure. Pressure comes from fear and urgency. Alignment comes from clarity and flow. The difference is magnetic. Aligned creation moves effortlessly. Pressure-driven creation feels like grinding. The quantum field supports flow. It resists friction. Step 6. Embody the version of yourself who already lives the outcome. Not as a future goal, not as a distant dream, but as your present reality. When you embody this, your vibration shifts. Your field signals that new frequency, and reality follows. Step 7. Trust the invisible process. Quantum creation isn't linear. It doesn't happen on your schedule. It may feel slow. It may feel uncertain. But trust that your energetic signal is being received. The field is organizing. Timelines are collapsing. Manifestation is unfolding. Step 8. Practice daily energetic alignment rituals. These might include meditation, breathwork, journaling, movement, or any practice that keeps your energy clear and coherent. Consistency is key. The more aligned you stay, the less you react. The less you react, the more you create. Living from the inside out is freedom. Freedom from the illusion that you're a victim. Freedom from the cycle of endless reaction. Freedom to become the quantum architect of your life. The creator who commands reality, not by force, but by resonance. Next, we explore how conscious reality crafting becomes a daily practice, a ritual, and a lifestyle. The art of aligning timelines every moment, so that you live fully, powerfully, and freely. Reality is not something that happens to you. It's a ritual you perform, every moment of every day. Not a religious ritual, but an energetic one. A series of choices, signals, and alignments that weave your timeline together. This is conscious reality crafting. Most people think manifestation is about a few big actions. Visualize, affirm, work hard. But the quantum truth is different. It's about the small, consistent acts of alignment that build a powerful energetic momentum. It's about the daily tuning of your frequency, the micro shifts that create macro results. You don't just want a better reality. You want a consistent one. One that responds to you predictably. That's what conscious reality crafting delivers. Here's what it looks like. Each morning, you begin by setting a clear intention, not as a wish but as a frequency. Not "I want peace," but "I am peace." You ground yourself in that reality. You carry it through your day. Throughout the day, you monitor your energy. You notice when you drift, when old patterns rise, when you react instead of respond, and you course correct. This isn't judgment. It's awareness. You're the pilot steering your energetic ship, not at the mercy of storms, but navigating them. When challenges arise, you pause. You breathe. You return to your baseline. You ask, what frequency am I choosing right now? You consciously select your response, because every response is a choice, and every choice tunes your timeline. You integrate this practice into everything. Your relationships, your work, your rest, your play, your body, your mind, your spirit. Each interaction is an opportunity to align or misalign. Your job is to become so aware of your frequency that misalignment becomes rare. This daily discipline rewires your nervous system, creates a new baseline of coherence, a default state of flow. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. The less you do it, the faster you fall back into old loops. You also develop the skill of energetic discernment, learning what environments, people, and information raise or lower your frequency, and choosing accordingly, not out of avoidance, but out of sovereignty. You guard your signal fiercely, because you know what's at stake. Conscious reality crafting also requires forgiveness. Forgiving yourself when you fall. Forgiving others who trigger you. Forgiving the process when it feels slow. Forgiveness is an energetic reset. Clears resistance. It opens space for new timelines. Another key element is gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful frequency amplifier. It shifts your perception from lack to abundance, from resistance to acceptance, from survival to thriving. Gratitude is the accelerator on your quantum journey. You also commit to integrity. Doing what you say you will do, not to prove anything but to honor your energy. Integrity creates trust within your system. Trust amplifies coherence. Coherence accelerates manifestation. Over time, these daily practices become your lifestyle, your energetic signature, your presence. You're no longer chasing results. You're being the result. You become a living signal of your highest timeline, and reality responds accordingly. This is the essence of conscious reality crafting, mastering the inside so the outside falls effortlessly into place, creating from your field, not your force, aligning every moment with the future you choose, turning daily rituals into powerful energetic architecture. Next, we'll conclude with the ultimate activation, becoming the observer who chooses their universe, the final step in quantum awakening and true sovereignty over reality itself. Quantum awakening is the final frontier of self-mastery. It's the moment you step fully into the role you were born to play, the observer who doesn't just watch reality unfold, but chooses which reality unfolds. This is sovereignty, not just over your mind or your emotions, over your entire universe. Everything you've learned so far leads to this. All the rewiring, all the energetic alignment, all the shifts in identity, they prepare you to become the conscious observer. The one who knows your reality is not fixed. It's a projection of your inner state. It's a canvas you paint with your energy. As the observer, you recognize that every thought, feeling, and choice reverberates through the quantum field. You're no longer a passenger. You're the pilot, and the pilot isn't reactive. They don't react to storms. They choose the weather. They select the conditions. They decide the course. Becoming the observer means transcending old narratives. The stories that told you you were small, limited, or powerless. You see those stories for what they are: programming. Scripts written by past experience, culture, and conditioning. You realize you're free to rewrite them, because your identity is fluid. Your reality is flexible. Your universe is participatory. This awakening opens you to infinite possibility. You understand that every moment contains multitudes. Every choice creates a branch. Every observation collapses waves of potential into a single outcome. And you hold the power to select which outcome. Not through force, through presence, through clarity, through alignment. The observer isn't perfect. They don't get it right every time. But they are present. They notice when they drift. They recalibrate. They return to their center. Because the true power isn't control. It's conscious surrender. Surrender to the flow. Surrender to the unknown, while holding the intention of sovereignty. The awakened observer lives from the inside out. They understand that the external world is a mirror. They don't blame circumstances. They don't fight reality. They flow with it. They influence it. They create it. This is freedom, not chaos, not randomness, but the deep knowing that you are a creator, participant, a conscious frequency sender, a quantum architect. You see the world as a playground, not a prison, a space to express your highest potential, a field to co-create with unseen forces, where your thoughts and feelings shape the shape-shifting universe. The observer embodies presence. They cultivate coherence. They broadcast clarity. Their energy is magnetic. Their impact is exponential. This awakening is not an endpoint. It's a beginning, the ongoing practice of choosing your universe moment by moment, a continuous dance between intention and surrender, choice and flow, power and peace. The journey of quantum awakening requires commitment to yourself, to your truth, to your energy, to your highest expression. It asks you to leave behind old identities, old fears, old stories, and to stand boldly in your sovereignty. This awakening is available to anyone willing to choose it, not through struggle, not through endless effort, but through consistent alignment, through daily reality crafting, through conscious presence, through becoming the observer. The universe isn't waiting for you to get it right. It's waiting for you to show up, to signal clearly, to choose boldly, to live from your highest frequency. Because when you do, reality listens, reality responds, and the quantum field reveals the infinite possibilities available to you. You are the observer. You are the creator. You are the universe choosing itself. Your quantum awakening is here. Choose it. Live it. Become it. This is your power, your freedom, your birthright, and your reality is waiting.